No, what do you get?
No, not yet. Still watching for him.
Hey, Mac.
Hey, Brett, how you doing?
Doing all right.
You look good.
Today, I don't think I'm on the agenda for a while, but I'll just sit and listen.
Okay. More than welcome to. You can even make a public comment if you want.
No, thanks. I read the agenda. I might want to comment on that last item.
All right.
How you doing?
Good, good. We're just waiting for another commissioner and then we'll kick things off.
Sounds good.
Good seeing you though.
Yeah, it's good to see you.
Good seeing you though.
Yeah, it's good to see you.
Good seeing you though.
Yeah, it's good to see you.
Good seeing you though.
Yeah, it's good to see you.
Good seeing you though.
Yeah, it's good to see you.
Good seeing you though.
Yeah, it's good to see you.
Good seeing you though.
Yeah, it's good to see you.
Hey there, user.
Setting.
Did you hear me? I can see you, and it shows.
There you go.
Okay, perfect.
Uh,
We got you on. So I've got you. I've got Commissioner Mary Boy. He's here on the phone, and then Mr. Adams is here. He just stepped out. What's going on for him? Hold on just a second and we'll get started.
There it is. Okay, where am I? Where did I go?
Something is happening. Flashing light.
On mine?
Oh, on the
On the screen?
Marlene.
Need to mute Marlene Huckabee.
Let me see.
That's better.
Okay, Commissioner Adams is here. Commissioner Mary Boy's here. We're good. Good to go. Okay, are you there, Commissioner Mary Boy?
Right here.
All right, we've got all commissioners here. And so it is 11:09. Sorry for the delay, everyone. Turn it to you to go ahead and begin the meeting.
Perfect. Okay. What time do you have at the desk right there? 11:09?
Yeah, 11:09.
All right. Well, let's call this meeting to order at 11:09 for the record. Welcome, commissioners, and welcome to those that are listening audience. And I guess we will go with the comments. And then after that, we're going to go with the invocation, and then I would like to make a move to modify the agenda as Mac.
Yeah, if you want, I can go ahead and read in the agenda for your approval, and then we can make that modification in a motion, and then proceed.
Okay.
So on your agenda today, after public comments, we had the consent agenda items, and there's been a request to move business action items up prior to the consent agenda items. So after public comments, we'll go directly into the business action items. In the business action items, you have an approval of the Strike Ravine Trail Signage Participating Grant. That'll be presented by Road Superintendent TJ. Got consideration and approval of conversion of specific D roads to B roads in Spanish Valley. Got consideration and approval of vehicle purchases for the road department staff. Again, that's by Todd. We've got consideration and approval of cooperation agreement for a cattle guard located at B128 at the request of Natural Resources Conservation Services. That again will be given by TJ presentation. Got consideration and approval of the Rural Community Grant Program Award recommendations. That'll be given by Natalie, our Director in Economic Development. And then consideration and approval of the resolution requesting that President-elect Joseph R. Biden Jr. make it a priority of the new administration to take immediate action to restore the Bears Ears National Monument. Commissioner, I have you given that presentation, Commissioner Maryboy. Then after that, we would then proceed into the consent agenda items. Got the check registers for October 18th through October 23rd. We've got a review of the purchase request for emergency shelter using $35,433 of CARES Act funds. Review of purchase request for shelter accessories using $12,646 of the CARES Act funds. Approval of the Southwest Colorado TV expenditures using $80,320 of CARES Act funds. Purchase of computer and monitors using $7,600.75 of the CARES Act funds. Purchase order approval of HK Consulting for the automation of toilets and sink in county facilities using $50,000 of the CARES Act funds. Purchase order approval of HK Consulting for the installation and upgrade of door handles in administration building using $33,000 of the CARES Act funds. Approval of purchase order or contract with WasteWorks Wizard Walker Solid Waste Scaling Software for $12,769 CARES Act funds. Got consideration of approval of an amended lease agreement with the State of Utah Administrative Office of the Courts for a court space included in public safety building. Takes care of the consent agenda items, primarily just CARES Act funding expenditures that you allocated previously. Then we've got in the recognitions presentation and informational items. We have a presentation overview of Economic Development Corporation of Utah's EDC Utah Development Ready Community and Certification. That'll be given by Alan Rindlisbacher, Director of Community Strategy. Got consideration of a letter of Utah Division of Water Quality regarding the application of Lisbon Valley Mine for underground injection permit for in situ copper recovery letter for your approval. This would be the county's comments that would go to the Division of Water Quality. And then the final item, so got a presentation approval, letter of support for Southeastern Utah Associated League of Governments Sprint Challenge Grant application. That'll be given by Natalie. And then the final item on your agenda would then be the Board of Equalization. We need to make a motion to enter into the Board of Equalization to consider valuation changes. This will be given by Greg Adams, County Assessor, and then reconvene to close the meeting or commissioner comments after that. So that, Commissioner, is your agenda modified as well for that request to move business action items up front after public comments. All we need is a motion to approve the agenda, and then we're off and going.
So move.
I'll second that.
Commissioner Maryboy, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay,
The
so
phone is not cooperating. Commissioner, just to let you know that I'm going to be driving in the dark today because I have no Wi-Fi. So Willie will be my eyes and Bruce will be my ears as we go along. So,
That's not nice.
the modification of the agenda is that I will be skedaddling while you guys are still in the meeting. Yesterday, one of my aunts passed away, so people are kind of busy right now. So that's the reason why the agenda was modified to move the action items up. So that way, there will be an equal vote on whatever we need to do. So with that, we have a motion by Commissioner Gray Eyes, and do I have a
Yes, I seconded it.
Thank you, Bruce. With that, any questions, comments? There be none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Wait,
Thank you
I've
very
got
much.
a comment.
Oh,
For the commissioners, yes, I will allow this.
whoops, I already muted him for public comment. So once we get to the public comment, we'll
We've
take it.
already voted, so just go ahead and move on. We're going to go to the public comment now.
Okay, so the rules with the public comment, just for as a reminder, public comments will be, you're allowed a 3-minute time limit for each person. If you exceed that 3 minutes, we'll put you back on mute, kick you out or whatever, but just try to keep it within that 3 minutes. If you're wishing to make a public comment and you're on your computer, you should see it pop up allowing you to make a public comment or to unmute. If I can see you on here, definitely wave to try to get my attention if you're not unmuted. And then let's see, make sure it's clear that I had some people in the waiting room. So I see you can also raise your hand on this Zoom system. I could see that as well. And I think Steve, you had mentioned that you would make a comment. Let me prompt this to unmute you. Okay, go ahead, Scott Stevenson. Just kind of state your name, where you're from on here.
Okay, thank you, Mac. My name is Scott Stevenson, and I live in Lower Lisbon Valley, and I just wanted to thank the commissioners and everyone for drafting the letter in opposition to the Utah Division of Water Quality and for the permit application for the Lisbon Valley Mine ISR project. I really appreciate you guys' input on that and sending this letter to the DEQ. I would like to ask if possible, if in your letter you could say something to maybe extend the comment period. Basically at the public hearing, we really didn't have any kind of question and answers at all. There's still a lot of questions out there that were unanswered. The technical difficulties we had during the meeting was a little rough to get your point across sometimes as well. If something like that could be added, I would really appreciate it to get maybe a 60-day extension for more questions and some more answers. This is a very very tough subject down here for the residents of Lower Lisbon, with somebody basically talking about polluting our water pretty badly. So anyway, I thank you for your letter, and I sure appreciate your time in this. And that's all I got.
Thanks, Scott. Appreciate that. Okay, so I've got Linda raising her hand. Linda, let me see if you can, there should be a request on your computer to unmute.
I think I've just done that, Mac.
Okay, I can hear you.
Okay, I'm going to kind of, my name is Linda Smers, and I live in northern San Juan County, and I'm going to kind of piggyback on Scott Stevenson's comments somewhat. I want to thank the commission for being so diligent at being certain that our water supply, the aquifer, is not going to be damaged by what Lisbon Valley Mine wants to do. 4,800 acres of injection wells, first operation of its kind in Utah. I would really encourage the commissioners, as they're doing, to be very, very diligent in evaluating this application because if a mistake is made and the aquifer is contaminated, there's no going back. And hoping everything will be well, hope is never a very good strategy. So thank you, commissioners, for taking such care and consideration with this permit application. Thanks, Mac.
Okay, thank you, Linda. I appreciate it. So the next one we've got RL Wilcox wanting to make a comment.
Hey, Matt, can you hear me?
I can. Hey, RL.
My name's R.L. Wilcox. I just wanted to thank the commission as well for the letter that they're sending to the Utah Division of Water Quality. Like Scott mentioned, we have requested an extension because a lot of the information that the Division of Water Quality had supplied to us was incomplete. There were some missing parts of it. They have just posted some more information on their website, but it only leaves us until Friday to review all of that information and make public comment on it. So we are requesting that. I don't know that that's going to happen. So I think it's very important that we do submit all the comments we can before December 4th. So our voices can be heard, because we don't know if that extension is going to happen or not. So I do appreciate the commissioners considering this, studying it, and being involved to protect the drinking water in San Juan County. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else wishing to make a comment? If I can see you, raise your hand or wave. Okay, Commissioner Maryville, I'm not seeing anybody else wishing to make a public comment. Let's pop up in the chat box.
All right, so if there's no more comment, make it known that we've heard and listened to the comments, and we've modified the agenda. So go with the next item.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is, so beginning with the business action items, which would be item 18 on our agenda. We've got the approval of Stripe Ravine Trail Signage Participation Grant. These next following items will be all done by TJ, our road superintendent, so we'll turn it over to him.
All right, thank you.
Okay, TJ.
Appreciate you letting me be here today. The first item is our Strike Ravine Trail signage. If you remember, we had a petition to close the road a month or so back. We denied that request for public access to that trail. In that meeting, it was discussed on what we could do to be better public landowners for the private property owners. And so reached out to the Utah Division of Parks and Recreation, and they have a grant program that we submitted to help us with the signage of that. And they have approved our grant request. Now in this, they'll give us $5,231 to help with buy all the signs, the kiosks, everything we need to do to properly sign that trail to keep our public on public property and off of private property. And what we will do is the county, in our matching portion, is we will provide the labor and the equipment. That stuff's already budgeted for, so it won't cost us any money. And then there's some of the ATV groups that have also expressed interest in helping do the labor on that. And so what I'm asking for is for you to approve the agreement to work with the Utah Division of Parks and Recreation and sign that agreement so we can start working starting in the first of next year.
Question,
Yes.
is there a motion?
Not yet. I think you had a question and then Commissioner Adams had a question.
Yeah. It seemed the last presentation that we got from an individual that has a business plan, so to speak. It's not actually in place yet, but whatever is generated from that improvement plus upgrades, San Juan County will not have any return. Is that my understanding?
So if the development took place within San Juan County on that property, you would have sales tax, and I think he was doing cabins, so you'd have TRT funds on there. He was kind of doing a resort, so we would receive funds if that takes place, plus the building permit fees and just that process going through that. That was just kind of a proposal that, if you remember right, that the premise for him showing that was for the road closures in that area. So nothing's come to fruition yet on his actual proposal, what he's wanting to do in the future down there. But during that presentation, he had mentioned that people get down in that area on these county roads, they get off of the county roads and they get lost, you know, or they get stuck in these all-terrain vehicles outside of the county roads. And so what TJ's done is gone through and he heard the concern and applied for a grant to establish some wayfinding signage so that we can try to get the tourists and visitors in that area to stay with the known roads and known trails instead of getting off-road in that area. And so that's kind of what precipitated and brought about this need for the grant. And so it would all be on those county roads. That answer your question?
Yes, as long as there's a stream of dollars coming in, that's my concern.
Yeah, in the future, hopefully, you know,
Yeah.
that goes through.
I motion to go ahead.
I have a question before we move forward with it. I mean, a comment. Brett Stewart, the state OHV organization, made an offer in that meeting and has called me since and made the offer several times that they can use state OHV money to help alleviate the problem, whether it's road improvement, signage, fencing, whatever it is. So I'd just like to let TJ know that Brett Stewart has money from the state OHV people that they can also participate in this, and I can text you his information.
I've met with Brett on the phone a couple different times. So
Okay, all right.
he's the one that actually steered me in this grant to get the Utah Division of Parks to give us this money. And so this $5,231 is 100% grant money. The county doesn't have to put any money into this. It's all going to be given from that state level. So
I think the state OHV organization is very, very supportive of having people stay on the trails and stay on the county roads and not get off onto people's private property. So we can use their assistance just about any time we need. I'll second your motion, Willie, now.
Okay, Go
I
ahead
thought
and
we
move.
already seconded. If there's no second to any motion, then there's no discussion because out into the rules, we have an attorney sitting on site reviewing the meeting. If we go offline, then we're in trouble. So make sure that we establish
We're
a
in
motion
order.
for the discussion and then vote on it afterward. Yeah, if there's no more comment, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. Thank you very much. The next one, Matt.
Okay, the next one is the conversion of the D roads to B roads within the Spanish Valley.
On this back one, is it okay if Mac uses your stamp, Commissioner Maryboy, on this signature?
Yeah, go ahead, Matt.
Okay, Spanish Valley, they did the water and sewer system down there, and when we completed that, there was some D roads that were upgraded to B roads, and we've made them into an oil road. And so just to, they've already, to keep our system intact, we want to raise these roads up from a D road status to B road, to put them on our B road fund so that we can get our funding from the state. And so that's basically what it is. They were upgraded because of that project, and so we just need approval from you to, so we can put them on our B road fund at the state level.
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second with a question.
Go ahead.
None of these roads are owned by other entities other than the public, San Juan County.
Yeah, we have prescriptive easements on all these roads.
They're not Sitla and
No, they've been
Sitla land.
roads for years and years and years. So we're just upgrading them from a D road status to B road.
Okay.
Any more questions? If there be none, no comment, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion to approve.
All right, made a motion.
Is there
Aye.
a motion or? Aye.
Thank you very much. Next item, Matt.
Okay, the next item on here is authorization and approval to purchase new vehicles for some of our road department staff. Typically, we've been in kind of the mode of leasing vehicles kind of at a cheaper cost than an outright purchase. Outright purchase on these trucks are about $31,000 on there. And so the hard part is on the lease vehicles, you have to turn them back in good condition. And so sometimes lease vehicles aren't good for staff. But I'll turn it over to TJ and give this presentation.
Okay, on those D roads, Commissioner Maryboy, can Mac use your stamp on those as well?
Yeah, we'll cover all of them.
Okay. Anyway, Mac hit it on the head. When we're out using these, we're towing these trucks behind our blades, so they're getting rocks thrown at them. They're hauling different equipment, so they kind of get beat up. So to turn a vehicle back in good shape on a lease, on a year lease, it's hard to do. There's a lot of money we have to put back into them to get them back to the specifications. So on these pickups, we're recommending that we just purchase them. And so I've got it put in the packet. They're $31,631.67 a piece. They were actually approved in the 2020 budget, but when the staff changes happened back in February, some purchases were put on hold. we've made sure that we have the money in it to keep going, and we do. So we'd like approval to purchase those 2 vehicles.
What number is that item, Mr. Madon?
15?
On my agenda, this,
Item 15, you have a vehicle purchase. Let me
okay.
switch it, and I'll go to it. So consideration and approval of the vehicle purchases for the road department is item 15 under the business action. If you look at my screen, it's that one. Right.
Confirmation, oh, you're too far.
Motion will be in favor.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Commissioner Adams. Do I have a second?
I'm still looking at the documents.
Can you see it on my screen?
Yeah,
Okay. So you have the procurement bid quote.
yeah.
And
I'll
there,
go ahead and second.
okay. So we got a motion and then a second.
No, we have a second now?
Yeah, Commissioner Gray.
Okay, good, good. We have a second now. Okay, now the discussion. Any comments? If there be none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Next item, Max.
Okay, next item on the agenda, item 16, is consideration and approval of a cooperative agreement for a cattle guard located at B128 at the request of Natural Resources Conservation Services. This one again is TJ.
Okay, what we've got is they've approached us. They want to put a fencing system in up the Pat Creek area. And so they need a cattle guard across the county road. So they will pay for the cattle guard and the installation. The price that we've given them is $5,700. This agreement basically says that we will maintain that system after we put it in until we don't own that road anymore, if that ever were to happen, which is just a standard agreement that we make. And so we're just asking for approval for us to enter in this agreement to install this cattle guard. They will pay for it, the $5,700, and then we'll maintain it hereafter because it will be on our county road 128.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Adams. Do I have a second?
Okay, I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Gray Eyes. This is right near Pat Creek, I believe it is. And I think the National Forest Service paid, and the U.S. Forest Service and the Utah Division of Wild Resources should be paying for that as well, just like the way the gentleman reported. So, okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Comment.
Thank you. When we're voting, no comment or question, but once we vote, we vote.
Make a comment.
Mac?
So you have we've got two voting aye for it. And then you can open it up for discussion.
We've already motioned and we voted on it.
Correct. But you can still make a comment on after the vote if you want.
We normally don't do that under the rules of, but I'll allow it.
Awesome, thank you.
Well, I don't want to bend the rules. Usually you ask if anybody wants to make a comment before you call for a vote. But
yeah, but I did first, right after Willie seconded. And I said, last comment, none?
No,
and
you
I said, all in favor.
You called for the vote.
Okay, well,
Move on.
Let's do that then.
Move on.
So you ready for
Mac?
the next one?
Yeah.
So, thanks, TJ.
Thanks, commissioners.
So this puts us on to, let me get an agenda caught up. Item 17, which is consideration and approval of the Rural County Grant Program, which is, the acronym is RCGP. Award recommendations presentation is by Natalie Randall, our Economic Development Director. Natalie, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Got it. Yep.
Cool. So I just also wanted to recognize on this call as well, we have Britt Barton, who is the County Economic Development Board Chair. And then also Commissioner Gray Eyes is on our County Economic Development Board as well. So I'll go over really briefly what we're discussing, and then I'll have Britt take a minute as well, just to kind of share some insight from the board as they made this decision. But ultimately, so the Rural County Grant Program is administered by the County Economic Development Board. The County Economic Development Board then comes to the Commission for final approval of the award of the funding. And so the County Economic Development Board, said board, decided to take $85,833 of the awarded Rural County Grant Program from the state and create a San Juan County Grant Program. And with that grant program, we rolled out applications countywide, including publications in the paper and on our newsroom and social media, and outreach to all the businesses through all of the business lines of communication and all of the elected officials throughout the county. And we received a total of 16 applications. The applications were really strong applications. They ranged in all sorts of economic development projects across the county. It was a really hard decision, as I'm sure Britt will allude to in his comments, but the board finalized looking at approving 5 of the grant applications. They felt that just with the amount of funding that was available, they wanted to make sure that they were able to support the businesses' application and actually have some economic impact in the county moving forward. So just a quick overview of the 5 applications that were awarded. One is for an oxygen generation machine that's with Mountain West Medical Supply. The award recommendation is $30,000. Another is to TaylorMade for a CNC machine, which they'll be utilizing in collaboration with Quality Manufacturing, a business also located in Monticello. The award recommendation is $15,833. Blue Mountain Hospital for a peritoneal dialysis machine with the award of $10,000. Dieter's Custom Saddlery for a band knife splitter, which would be $15,000. And then Grant Services for an upgrade on a sawmill, which would be $15,000. All of these, when considered, there's quite a bit that the awardees are bringing in and contributing to their individual projects as well. And then Britt, did you want to take a minute to kind of discuss a little bit from the board's perspective?
Sure. Can you hear me? I just didn't know if I was unmuted yet.
Yep, you're unmuted.
Okay. Thank you for allowing me to make a comment. The Economic Development Board would like to thank Natalie for all her hard work in making this a possibility. We've been very pleased with the applications that we received. Had a lot of participation from various board members in determining the needs of the businesses, where the future economic development needs to be, and going to spread this out within multiple different industries. We want to try and commit these funds to businesses that have potential to return jobs to the community and provide growth to the economy. We are confident in our decisions, that our recommendations that we've made to the commission, and there's some great businesses that we didn't fund, and we think that they will be good opportunities for funding down the road, maybe next year, assuming we have grant funds again. And so we're excited when working with those businesses in an ongoing basis to prepare them for that opportunity. We're just excited about this opportunity to have this money and hope that these businesses can benefit from it. I'm sure they will, and hope that you'll give good consideration to this recommendation. I'll let Natalie answer any questions that you've got. Thank you.
Thanks, Britt. I would say that the board did spend quite a bit of hours and meetings reviewing applications and going through applications. The application process was pretty lengthy, as both Britt and Commissioner Great Heiss can attest to. These applications were well vetted, and our board does represent countywide view and vision for economic development across the county.
That it?
Oh, sorry. Yep, that's all.
Okay. Motion will be in order.
I will go ahead and motion.
Motion by Commissioner Gray Eyes. Do I have a second?
So you had
Okay, last comment to either Gray Eyes or Adams. Any comment?
Yeah, Natalie, I'd like to know where Mountain West Medical Supply is located in the county.
Landing.
Okay.
Good. Willie?
Yes, I like the criteria that was used. It was the health related as a priority. And as I understand, part of the health grant or firms that are granted does also serve the Navajo Nation. So inclusion is there for those areas. So the only question that I received from the public was that, were these announcements circulated around the world?
Not quite the world, but around San Juan County. So we did send it out to all of our listservs that include all the elected officials for all of the communities, incorporated and unincorporated representation, as well as all of our chapter contacts, elected officials on all of the chapters too. Yeah. And then we did do a newsroom article piece in the San Juan Record, as well as an advertisement, and then did multiple online, digital, social media posts as well.
Leroy?
That's my case.
Okay. Anybody else besides the commissioners would like to comment to this? Going once, twice. Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much. Okay, Mac.
Okay, the next item on the agenda, let's see, is your item. So I've got a resolution here. Let me get to it. So consideration and approval of a resolution requesting that President-elect Joseph R. Biden Jr. make it a priority of his new administration to take immediate action to restore the Bears Ears National Monument. This one's yours, Commissioner Maryboy.
Okay. Well, motion by Commissioner Gray Eyes. Do I have a second? I will second that. Now, the resolution is already been passed before, and I believe that there are some attachment to it in the previous resolutions. So the resolution is self-explanatory, and we'll see what happens. So is there any comment, Commissioner Gray Eyes, Commissioner Adams?
Yes.
Okay.
I think we know that Joe Biden had made a priority in his campaign to restore this monument. It seems a little bit premature to me to try and put pressure on him to do this before he's ever been made the president, but before he's taken his oath of office. But I understand that those who pen the resolution are in a hurry to get this done. And I think there's a lot of things that we could be doing to help the Navajo people economically, those who don't have water and sewer and a lot of the economic needs. But that would be the reason I wouldn't vote for it right now. I think there's a lot more that needs to be done to help the Navajo people rather than play political games.
Thank you. Any other comment? If not, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much. I believe that helping the people would be one of the discussion under the CARES Act, that we have $800,000 that we need to put to use, and I think that's what the next item should be when we get to it and talk about that.
I would vote no on the resolution.
Yeah, I acknowledge that. Thank you very much. Mac, Bruce, and Willie, I will be headed up to 5 Point. Yesterday, my aunt passed away, so we're not getting together, but the family is looking for some guidance, and I will be there today. So I'll give the rein to Willie Gray Eyes to drive.
Okay, our condolences though for the passing of your aunt. We're sorry to hear that.
Thank you very much, Mike. Bye.
Okay, Commissioner Gray Eyes, so you're now at the helm. Let's see, make sure you're still. Okay, so the next item on our agenda.
Back to the top.
To the top, back to the consent agenda items. Got nine of them on the agenda. So we've got, I'll go through each one of these before we make a motion and approve everything. You have the check registers for October 18th through October 23rd. You'll see on here that the new format that was requested so that you can kind of see a little bit more on the description and the details of where these funds are coming from, which kind of helps eliminate some of the guessing work to the check registers. It's a little more transparent with those. The next item on your consent agenda is the purchase of an all-hazard emergency facility shelter with CARES Act funds for a total of $35,433.16. If you remember, one of the requirements for CARES Act funds, especially to the counties, is to make sure that we were prepared for distribution of a vaccine. Through the state of Utah, distribution of vaccines is primarily going to be taking place at our clinics or our hospitals. However, we felt that it was also important that we make sure that we kind of have a backup plan in case they're overrun to capacity or whatever the case is. And so that's why we have this emergency shelter in there. With that, the next request is a purchase request for shelter accessories using $12,646, the CARES Act funds. The next one on item 4 is the approval of the Southwest Colorado TV expenditures for $80,320. Then you've got item 5, purchases of a computer monitors using $7,600.75 of CARES Act funds. Number 6 is the purchase order approval for HK Consulting for the automation of toilets and sinks in the county facility using $50,000 of CARES Act funds. Got a purchase order approval with HK Consulting for the installation and upgrade of door handles in the administration building using $33,000 of CARES Act funds. And item 8, you've got approval of the purchase order of the contract with Wasteworks Wizard Walker Solid Waste Scaling Software for $12,769 using CARES Act funds. And then the final one is a consideration and approval of an amendment to our original lease agreement with the state of Utah Administrative Office of the Courts for court space located in the Public Safety Building. This lease it's a contract that we've had with the administrative courts for several years now. It provides us with revenue, kind of an ongoing lease revenue from the state. So I think that contract was entered into, 1995, and so that's why you see it on the consent agenda for you today. That, Commissioners, has your consent agenda items for your approval.
Motion to approve.
I'll go ahead and second it with a question. The item on the check register, there's a CARES Act payment of $7,000 to Stone Lizard Lodging. And also to Twin Rock Trading Post.
Correct.
It doesn't say how much each were paid.
That's the total amount that they're paid. And that was the economic development grants that we had allocated a total amount, just in one of the rounds, and I can't remember specifically, we had $250,000 that was given to economic development for business grants. And so that's what those payments are for. And they've all ran through that economic development committee that you're aboard on.
Okay.
So you'll continue to see those expenditures coming out of the CARES Act funds with the appropriate allocations that you guys had authorized during previous commission meetings.
Matt, can you enlarge the screen presentation?
This one right here?
All of it. No. The agenda.
This one right here?
Yeah. I tried it, but from my station,
okay,
it doesn't move.
How's that?
There you go.
So those are the 9 items for the consent agenda approval. Any other questions?
Number 5. How many computers?
So on here, let me see. These are, I've got 3 Surface Pros, well, 6 total. Let's see, there's 3, oh no, sorry, 3 Microsoft Surface Pros, and then there's 3 Microsoft Surface Pro keyboards. And then you've got 15 of the high-speed HDMI cable connections, more cable connections. You've got the monitors for, so we've got monitors for the commission chambers on here, which is kind of what you're seeing here, the LCD monitors. As we make this conversion here within this month, we'll put the monitors up and everything through here, and then the computers are for the virtual. We had more purchases of computers. These are commission computers here for traveling. We've got a separate purchase for other computers in the county. I think we purchased probably, total 8 computers so that our executive directors will be able to be virtual in our meetings for the most part. This one here is only 3.
Good. No more question? If not, call for the question.
Aye.
Aye, 2.
Okay, the next one. So now we're on to the recognitions, presentations, and informational items. We've got a presentation overview of the Economic Development Corporation of Utah, EDCU, Development Ready Community and Certification. This is a presentation that will be given by Alan Riddlesbacher, Director of Community Strategy. I'm hoping I'm saying your name correctly, Alan. Looks like you're unmuted, Alan. Go ahead. Are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, great. Thank you, commissioners. Grateful to be with you today. And Natalie, good to see you as well. As I've followed through your commission meeting this morning, I see Natalie doing her job as she does so well, and as she presented some of those items that she's talked about today. Over the past couple of years, your participation with us at the EDC, Economic Development Corporation of Utah, is greatly appreciated. We appreciate the partnership that we share as we work together to build the state's economy. And Natalie and her team have been very much involved with a program that we call the Development Ready Communities Program. In essence, we're working with all of our partners throughout the state to better align our resources and make sure that we're all headed in the same direction as we work to build the economy of the state. Natalie's been involved with the program. It's a 5-stage program, the Development Ready Communities Program. We do an assessment, which Natalie has participated with. We do some planning. We do some marketing enhancement. We do a number of training sessions that Natalie has participated with. And then ultimately, just the integration and involvement with us in all of the programs. Natalie has been very much involved, and we're grateful for that. With that, and completion of all of those items, we have recognized and we awarded this officially at a town hall meeting that we conducted in the end of October, but we wanted to let you commissioners know specifically that this recognition was given. There's certification. Let me read what's on that certification. It says, in recognition of completion of the Economic Development Corporation of Utah Development Ready Communities Program, San Juan County is hereby certified a development ready community, understanding its competitive advantages with a plan to build its local economy, fully prepared to partner with other entities in the state of Utah to build the state's dynamic and esteemed economy. And that certificate is undersigned by Teresa Foxley, the CEO of the Economic Development Corporation of Utah, as well as Val Hale, who is the Executive Director of the Governor's Office of Economic Development. With that, we give recognition to Natalie and you folks in the county of San Juan. We're grateful for your partnership, and we simply salute you for your engagement with us as we work together to build the state. Thank you so much. And Natalie, anything you wish to say?
No, Alan, thanks for coming on and sharing with the commission about the program. I think that for San Juan County, it's really helpful as we went through the program, and everyone knows on this call, San Juan County is unique because we are a rural, or even to the extent of a frontier county compared to our neighbors in Salt Lake. And so oftentimes when we think of business recruitment, we often think of the Wasatch Front. And it was great to go through the program with EDC Utah because there are great opportunities for business expansion for existing businesses through following that program and those building blocks, as well as potential future development with our opportunities through remote work and other industries that would really highlight the amenities and assets that we do have in San Juan County. So thank you, Alan, and the EDC team for the opportunity.
And we'll continue to be available. And if there's anything we can do to support your efforts in San Juan County, we are as close as a contact away. Thanks again and congratulations.
I'd like to make a comment, Alan.
Please.
Is that all right, Will?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
I'd like to congratulate Natalie on completing the program and working with EDC Utah. And I would also like to ask Alan and Val Hale if they would please not try to recruit Natalie to join their organization in urban Utah, but leave her alone here in San Juan County. We'd really appreciate that.
Commissioner, I understand, and your point is well taken. Believe me, Natalie is one of the best, and you ought to recognize her as a jewel. And we'll take your advice under consideration.
Well, we agree that we like Natalie here in San Juan County, and sometimes when people do a good job and get recognition, somebody else makes an effort to get their expertise at another level. So I'm just making a plea.
We understand. Thank you for your comments, and we'll try to do our very best to leave her alone.
Perfect.
Thanks all. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Thank you, Natalie. Bye.
Appreciate that. The presentation for the next item on the agenda is consideration of the letter to Utah Division of Water Quality regarding the application by Lisbon Valley Mine for the underground injection permit for proper recovery. This presentation will be given by Nick Sanbarga in the public finance. Nick, looks like you're all unmuted, ready to go.
Okay, can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, before you for your consideration is a letter of comment and questions on the application to the Utah Division of Water Quality for the permit for underground injection of an acid solution for in situ recovery of copper at the Lisbon Valley Mine. And this letter is the county's comments on this proposal, which would be submitted prior to the December 4th deadline for comments. The letter states that the county has concerns about potential effects of the proposed in situ mining operation on groundwater quality and quantity. These concerns have also been expressed by residents of the Lisbon Valley area and other county residents. The letter also asks for the rationale used in drawing the aquifer exemption boundaries, which are very close to existing residential and livestock water wells. Now, you will recall in the last commission meeting, November 17th, 2020, the county commission unanimously went on record as opposing in situ mining in the county. And this letter reaffirms that position by opposing the approval of a permit for the underground injection of a mining solution without or until there is more assurance that the proposed acid solution injection would not have adverse effects on groundwater quality and quantity. Now, this morning you heard comments from some of the public asking for an extension to this comment period. If you so desire, I can certainly add such a request to this letter.
I would like to make a motion that we approve the letter with an inclusion to ask for an extended comment period from the Division of Water Quality, Mr. Reyes.
So recognize, I'll second it. I think there's some flexibility built into this for the company to go ahead and pursue. I think we literally just have to blatantly say no. Because you will never able to purify the water that is underground when you do an add-on of a dangerous substance. The cost of cleaning it up to a quality drinkable water is still the question. So I wouldn't leave room for the company to have a window of an opportunity anywhere. Thank you. Any others? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. So we pass. Thank you very much. Next item.
Okay, let's see. We have a presentation and approval for the letter of support for Southeastern Utah Association of League Governments Grant Challenge Grant application. This again is presented by Natalie. You still there, Natalie?
Yep, I am. So this is a grant that SULAG, our Association of Governments, AOG, is applying for. It is through the EDA. Ultimately, what SPRINT stands for is Scaling Pandemic Resilience Through Innovation and Technology. So the grant is to some degree related to the COVID pandemic. But ultimately what the goal of it is to help organizations rapidly address the economic, health, and safety risks caused by the coronavirus pandemic through entrepreneurship and innovation. And why this aligns with our county's economic development strategy is what the goal of the AOG is looking at applying for this grant for, and it's ultimately to develop an entrepreneurial support model. And so what this would look like potentially is helping our local county entrepreneurs create a more virtual and remote-friendly work environment for themselves through training, funding, education, really supporting the work of our Small Business Development Center, or SBDC, through USU Eastern, located in Blanding, to really grow the resources that we can provide as a county and as a region for our up-and-coming and existing entrepreneurs in the county. So this is just a letter of support from San Juan County to support the Association of Governments efforts in the grant application. The reason why the AOG is applying for this grant and why San Juan County is not applying for it is because the region is our EDD, or Economic Development District. And so typically with grants like these, it's a little bit easier to get funding if an EDD or Economic Development District and region applies from a regional model versus then just from a county level. So we'll definitely be able to leverage this resource and funding significantly in our county, but that is why we're not directly applying and having our AOG apply instead. So this would be to benefit the full region, which includes Carbon, Emory, Grand, and San Juan counties. That's all I have.
Motion to approve.
So recognize second. Any further discussion, question, comment? There being none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, two. Two ayes, no opposed. Unless Natalie opposed. Okay.
Thanks, commissioners.
Thank you very much. Next.
Okay, the next item and your final item on today's agenda is Board of Equalization. We need a motion to enter into Board of Equalization session to consider valuation changes, and this presentation will be given by the County Assessor, Greg Adams.
I make a motion to go into Board of Equalization.
I second. Say aye.
Aye.
2 ayes. I say aye too. So we are now in, what is it?
Board of Equalization.
Board of Equalization meeting at, you need a time, 12:16?
12:16. Greg, it's all yours.
Okay, every year there's many people that don't open their tax thing until the very end. This year I made some changes to people that had out-of-state addresses and the nightly rentals. And so I took away the primary residential discount. And most of these were changes because of that. They called me and told me their situation, and I agreed to change them. And then some of the others were reclassifications for the same reasons. There was 1 or 2 that were double taxed, number 55 and number 61. Owned a couple of lots, and they were being taxed twice for the same improvements. And number 65, the recorder's office totally deleted that parcel. The property owner called and says, I still have that property, I still want to pay my taxes, and so I added that one.
So my motion is to approve the changes and ratify what has been done by the assessor.
Okay. So back to a new page, I guess.
So we need a second on that. So Commissioner
I
Adams.
did. I second it.
Okay, so you second it.
Yeah.
And then call for the vote.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye too.
I make a motion, we come out of Board of Equalization and back into commission meeting.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Awesome.
We're back in the regular session at 12/20/2021.
Okay, the final, let's see, is just commissioner comments.
Going back to one of the items where the computer purchase was
Item number 7.
you presented with the CARES money.
Yeah.
Is there room for additional computers for, let's say, a student? Those that don't have, that don't own any computer at home?
The school district, I know they've been working on getting computers for the students throughout the county. Do you want me to follow up with them and just see what that status is? Are you not seeing computers at Navajo Mountain for the kids?
Well, I'm just asking if there's a possibility of, I know there's places that are, what they call it, dead zone at this time. And they have to move from the area to where the signals are provided.
Yeah, on the, so
And,
that's the MiFi packs that they're
I
getting?
see school buses that do have those, but those are convenient for schools that have received more money than our school. So I don't know if there's any that I would hopefully have a better coverage. What I'm saying is,
Yeah.
in terms of tower, translator, and so forth.
Yeah, let me follow up with, I know that UETN,
Yeah.
they are installing the tower up there on Navajo Mountain for internet for the students up there. So that should help. And yeah, like you'd mentioned, there are the Wi-Fi buses that they place.
The school district we did approve a resolution for them to either put a tower or piggyback the tower that's at Navajo Mountain at the base. But I haven't seen anything.
Yeah, let me do some research. We do have additional CARES Act funds that are kind of on hold, but we're working on that contingency plan. I don't know if today you heard on the news, Senator Romney and a couple other members of the House and the Senate got together on another proposal for additional support through the nation as they try to figure out, where the impasse is between the House and the Senate. All of our congressional leaders are working to try to get that bipartisan bill of support passed. We're hoping in that, and we're working with NACO as well to try to push leaders into approving the extension of those funds. But if it's not extended past the December 30th deadline, then we've got to hurry and spend those funds. But I'll reach out to the school district and talk to their business administrator and just find out what all they're doing, because they would be on the same time crunch as we are, or same holding pattern. But I'd just like to follow up with them and just find out where the internet status and capabilities are for Navajo Mountain. Are you hearing any other internet needs out there other than just what's...
Well, we requested NTUA to establish either what they call cellular on wheel.
Okay, yeah.
But no response, and I don't know if there's any plans to do that.
Okay.
It's very hard to get these types of communication go through a bottleneck and get a response. The other question is how far are the broadband cable going at this time?
Doesn't it ends up at Bluff on this phase, and then the next phase is in the works to try to get all the approvals and the funding?
Montezuma is the first phase.
Takes a side road to Montezuma, but Bluff is kind of along 191, right? Does that answer that question, Commissioner?
I didn't hear that clear.
So it's going down to Bluff, and then it comes across to Montezuma, right there off to the side. And then that second phase takes it from Bluff all the way down to Navajo Mountain. So we're
around the mountain.
Around the mountain.
Or in front of the mountain, I guess.
Through the canyon.
The other question I have is, did all the chapter submit their expenditure plans of the CARES Act monies that were awarded to them?
No, you can go ahead and send yours anytime. So I have not received anything from your chapter.
Navajo Mountain hasn't sent any?
No.
Huh. Okay. I'll follow up on that.
Yeah, check with President Steve.
Lorraine, the team.
Yeah, see what.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else? Where's the party?
So, do you have any comments?
No, I've got the USIP membership meeting on Thursday of this week in Salt Lake, and I'm the president of the board, so I have to be there in person. That's the only thing.
And he's presenting too. So that, commissioners, is all we had for the meeting. Just a reminder, we do have some budget discussions that need to take place after this meeting. After you adjourn.
What is that?
Just directly after here.
Today?
Yeah, just for a couple of minutes as we go through the budget.
Okay.
All we need now is a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second at 12:30. Thank you very much.
Thank you, commissioners. Okay, so we're gonna get everything teed up for our next meeting here. Just a second.
Yeah.
So, John Dave, I wonder how best to do this. On the agenda, or on this item with the budget, we can share your screen. I don't have access to Flores. I'm just going to go through the budget changes.
Going good?
We're just trying to get everything set up here.
Who? Be ready. No, what's on my agenda?
Okay, we just wanted to kind of go over before tomorrow night. We have the public hearing tomorrow night, 6 p.m. And so yesterday, huh? It will be virtual. Yeah. Yesterday, so you've heard all the budget requests. And then yesterday we sat down kind of as staff and went through the budget. We started out with about a $930,000 deficit.
Can you set April my
And so
email address? I sent it from here, but
yeah,
doesn't get it. Using yours.
By the time we left last night, we were down closer to 200.
Huh?
Yeah, there was, yeah. And captured all the revenue. So the revenue is hard because it's kind of a guessing. Yeah. And so we guessed. And so, you know, we're estimating so when you get the payment from Lisbon Valley, that comes in and it's what, 25,000 a month, whatever it is. As that comes in, it's put into the pie. The county doesn't get that 100%. The pie does. We only get our portion. I know. Me too.
Yeah,
It's
most of it goes to the school district.
Yes. Yeah. So it benefits everybody, which is
Yeah.
good, but it's not a check in our hand. You know, it's incremental. It's a hard thing because we looked at every beat and every thing that we could think of as we went through here. So we looked that up last night. They make payments to us. Yeah. Since June.
Is it possible to put it on?
That was the last time they made a payment on here. So
They haven't made payments.
so they haven't made a payment. So we just got to catch them up. But it is
Put it on the screen.
as revenue. Not yeah. Wait, John David is getting in.
Oh, okay.
Good budget.
Better take a break now.
Yeah. Because we just described things. So some of the okay.
That'd be maybe 50,000 less.
Yeah, there's another. Just making sure that if they, and nobody knows what the plan is. The contracts with the first year, we're paying them good. That's what we do. So, I don't know the terms. There was a substantial, is like they caught up on payments, so there was a substantial payment in there. And I don't know if that was a couple months in arrears or what the term is. How long is that? Yeah. Kind of like the $77,000, for Mr. Roberts. Yeah. And so we will, in this percentage of being, okay, by the way, we've got to pay this. Here's that.
175 pounds.
Yeah, back in 2007. And so, but when you look at the rodeo, there's just no way. On your marketing for At Your Leisure, I've dropped that to 15,000 on there, so we're still giving them something, just not 100%. So the question I have, when you look at staff cuts, because that's how deep you're looking at it, is like, and then about Monty's position, and I'm like, well, I can take on Monty's, but I can't do the administrative function and pay bills and his bills and everything else. So if I keep the secretary, and I push the paperwork stuff to her, and then that gets the administrative, gets board packets, all that stuff out of my shoulders and hands. And so part of her, I've got we were awarded, the local homeless coordinating committee was awarded a grant of $50,000. 5,000 goes to the cost. Next year we can apply for additional, because they asked me, well, I didn't apply for a lot more. Well, I wanted more money to support citizens, not to feed us. And so she's like, no, it's appropriate to feed administrative. And so part of that, if I can bring in more of that grant revenue,
Yeah.
then fund more of her. She's 35,000
Okay.
on there. Keep Monty's position vacant, or even I thought about just hiring a lower level position, so we'd have 3 maintenance staff, and then running that department as administrative. Well, he's our weed. We'll keep him.
Oh,
Yeah.
you're talking about the
Maintenance. Yeah. So we're separating. Still, the plan is to separate out weed.
No.
Put that under the road department,
Oh, that's right. You can keep going.
because I think they could also feed some of that. And so give TJ an increase, $2 dollars to put that on under his budget with the person in the budget. So that shifts all over there.
Okay.
But then we're taking the full Monty out of there.
No, it's good for you.
Yeah.
If you can try it for you, and actually, so you can get our feet in it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You know, I don't want to add more to your plate because you're already in.
Oh.
Are you taking any money out of the transportation for your driver? We used to put the first of that money out of transportation to selling stuff.
Yeah. Okay, I haven't looked at it. We can look and see.
There's money in there.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that the charges taken, but I think it is.
Yeah, the percentages, the only one that I take out is on the road department.
You want to find?
Not right now.
I mean,
I just don't.
I'm saying that is because general
Fun for her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. The money that goes into that, I think it's SRS money or something that goes into transportation, something like that.
Mm-hmm. It's on your calendar. Yeah.
But that may be a little shift a little bit.
Yeah. Okay, I'll look at that. Because I don't know. We haven't met. Well, I spoke to the class member. Jeremy. Red. And Jeremy, what's going on with this transportation? He's like, we haven't met all year long. But there's really no money in there to do any big project, and so we just put it down. And so that's it. Can you find it? Tell me about it again. So we went through kind of every budget. If there was a Christmas wish item, we took the Christmas wishes away.
Yeah.
Which even like Sam wanted the full-time staff.
Right.
So part-time, full-time role. The drone pilot pay for training. And we took all that stuff out. And with communication and IT, reduced those down. Pretty much everybody's travel, I think with COVID, it's still going to be the same.
Yep.
And so we took out, pushed back everybody's travel, employee education, some of those things like that, kind of a lower hanging fruit, similar to what we did earlier in the year. Can you see it, Jimmy? Is it there yet? The one
I think last year at this time we were over a million, weren't we? Maybe, you know.
I don't think it's that bad. A couple 100,000.
We down to a couple hundred.
Mm-hmm.
That's a big deal.
Daniel was questioning us. What's the capital of Mississippi?
So the savings earnings are increasing.
Now that, on that 7.5 million, right?
Mm-hmm.
We haven't spent that money for a while, have we?
So that's the tax stabilization one.
Right.
So we get the interest off of it.
Right. We only.
My memory is all blank. I'm trying to run the phone, but
We get 130.
There's no file.
I don't know.
Hmm.
So what's the capital in Mississippi?
I have no idea.
I had that United States name, but Yippee took it though, because it shows you what the capital is, what the state flag is, the state animal.
Yeah, 130.
You're planning.
Oh yeah.
Mississippi.
You can transfer more.
I guess, I don't live in that state. That's
I don't need that information to get a job.
misdemeanor, misdeal.
Approval from the citizen.
Mississippi capital is Jackson.
Is that right?
Yeah. Mississippi, Mississippi. Jackson. I don't know. Okay, yeah, it is Jackson. There's Jackson right here.
Yeah, so the
147,000 square miles. That's smaller than half a mile. We have 400,000 square miles.
Hey, James, are we done?
Capital is Jackson.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Oh, look at that.
We're just going to get everything set up.
Didn't know that.
Where's open?
Jackson, Georgia.
Are we ready?
Yeah, we're just getting James on here.
Oh, make coffee for me, please.
Coffee, please.
So the other one, so if we take But with COVID, I just don't know. So anything that was COVID, we couldn't really answer. No, the continuous building economically. Yeah, it's just made us. That was the hard part. So anything that we had a question with COVID related, but there's a plan on to go out the back. Virtual rodeo. But then again, I watch the PRCA all the time. Yeah. Oh, was he really?
Yeah.
Signing or?
In town, and we played golf at the hideout all the time. In the summer. When he was home, he loves to play golf. We do.
Did San Juan? Did they win? I thought they won the championship.
No, it was UF.
Oh, it's not that.
UF's coach.
So maybe that's why because I don't follow them, like because I root for Minnesota.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's hard for you. Not as hard as it is for Craig Hall.
Okay, let's see. James, are you available to play? We've got Connor Frankham on here. Yeah. So are you there? Are you on? Yeah,
Not sure what that was. But it's on his screen.
okay, so stay now. So one of them on there is, what do you do with Jerry? $12,000. $12,000. I don't use them. I haven't talked to him.
Talks to every week, talks to me. He calls me every week. I want to. I mean, $10,000.
We started at 900 and it just kept on going down as far. It's just when you look at cuts, it's like, does that make sense to continue to keep? The Canyon Country Partnership, I have from that, and all of the everybody there. Or Moab. Huh? Whoa, shoot. All right, so hold on. So make Connor the host. Yeah, sorry. I think I'm hogging the games on him. So me is going through and just looking for a there is that.
11.
That's what we're gonna base it on.
Well, and that's, is that, you're the host. Okay, so now you should be able to share the screen on there. Yeah. So it still shows you the host. But the cool thing is you can pass it to anybody. But I think so that's, is that part of the public message or the message that we got to get out there?
Hey. There we go.
Part of the message. How do you so now with the public health, we're putting in about $80,000. And a lot of it is because San Juan Health has a lot of so here's where I took Kurt on that. And it was like, hey, what you're telling me is this program is mandated by the state that the county has to pay for this. The county has to put in the money for this program. It's like, cut the program. Get rid of the program. If it's a mandate, then don't do the program. We'll suffer, but if we don't have the budget for it, mandate doesn't matter. Cut the program. And so part of it is if you're going to continue to grow, and have a different board approve wages and things like that, and it's out of our control, but yet you're going to require us to continue to fund it? That doesn't make sense. I'm like, we're cutting general fund and we're chopping people, and you live in large. Those two don't make sense. And it is kind of that same thing in a sense. Is if I get it, I could duplicate it or sometimes triple it. So like I get that, but at some point we've got to start looking at the program. Because I've heard that a couple of times in the messages is, well, the commissioners approved it, so therefore they want this program. Well, you're bringing programs in mid-year throughout the year, and you're not presenting the whole entire picture saying, here's what the total impact is.
How many times did we bring the
almost every commission meeting.
For us to approve addition.
Yeah, but you're adding to the whole pot. And in that number, are you also adding, to the county's take? And so this is the county, there's only 2 programs that the county actually has to participate in. Like at some point, we've got to get people grow your self-sustainable within your farm. Like I would love that, but I've got mental health in here as well. And so when you look at that, it's like, well, that's it. That's part of it. But
Get back over there.
It's a program. Wow. A lot of the message is creating an internal inequity. It's still under the county umbrella, you know, where paying over $10 an hour. Pay me to get over here. That'll be a part of my story. Not rein it in. Just drop the position and put it back at it. When we give them so you get a day off, administrative leave for Christmas, we've always done that in the past, they get another one. Yeah, too. Yeah. You know, they're just
Connie,
you live under. You live under our umbrella with RHR.
5 million,
Not go out on your own.
400, 5 million, 400,000. But
Is it right to buy balls or what?
Yeah, it's in there.
A long time ago, that would be enough.
Yeah. It's an awesome thing. So that's how this was strengthening the current type. How does it here? We were looking kind of at progressing last month. How do you, if public health is the budget? The hard part with them is they're on a fiscal year that's doing and ours SOR's terminated as of now. They had $73,000 last month left in the public health budget, and got another month left. So projection wise, we were thinking that it would go on the red. But yeah, they continue to make. They don't get all their revenue until closer to July. And so how do you focus and make sure at the end of the year for us, we're not showing a deficit in the budget. 2 years ago, they had it. What's that? And so we've got the budget up there so you guys can kind of see our revenue. So we put property tax, so you kind of see historically on here, 2018, we're at 1.8. 2019,
Where are you at? I don't have the
right on the very top.
Right. Going down to the taxes.
Yeah, so the property tax, you're at 1.8. In 2019, we're 2.1. The actual hasn't come in because taxes are due yesterday, and so we don't have a final report when we won't have for a while of what our total revenue is. And so we're projecting $2 million in the 2020. And so, I mean, that's 170 off what we're getting this year. 1.8, yeah, that's but these are our revenue lines. So in 2018, we were 1.8, we increased a little. 2.1, so we just went under the.
What about state assessing and collecting the $58,000
Like an appeal, isn't it? That on those that come out. Local assessing, collecting, we put up to 280,000. Previous year's taxes, so we didn't have anything in 2019 on here. I don't know why. Okay. Okay. So you're so. I think that the property tax number of that's probably. Okay. So then that 70,000 is part of the 2 million above. So you're about 100,000 off. The sales tax, I don't know. To me, that's kind of high. With tourism, PRT, you see that drop. So we went from 1.2, 1.3. So far this year, 515. We may have a better year. Vaccine may work, and all of a sudden Europeans start showing up big, but I doubt it. And so, this is really the blinding discussion is, hey, we've got so 2/3 of that 605 revenue mitigation that goes into ambulance and shit. So that's not 100% of that. We're looking at a third that we have to work off for tourism. So there's just not the money there. But if they want to see us over that, have at it. But if it's just not there, you can't ask the county to go into a deficit. If we did time, they're giving merit increases to their staff, and yeah. So they're not feeling the crunch like we are. Then I see the penalty and interest and tax fund. So that's once you get down into your licenses and permits, and here's where we can improve. We can certainly this next year look at building permits. A lot of money in building permits this year to Grand County. Probably over $100,000, what it was. Both the Lux truck stop application and the clinic. And so just those two alone were huge. We didn't get it. We moved 70,000. And so I think one of the things that we need to look at this next year is, are our fees throughout the state? What does it look like? That's a picture where we too far behind. And this kind of goes back to our business license as well as, this year. And we only have 21 people signed up for a business license. But it's still part of the revenue that can help pay for the software that's helping government or whatever the case is. But the fee structure, if we had an event permit on here with a fee, just so you can start to capture a little bit more fee revenue in there, because we just can't have it like that. the hardest part too is with the state law on certain aspects, business licenses, you can't have such an enormous fee that you're making revenue off of it. You just got to be able to afford the cost. Hey, good luck. Usually I have to take the practice on it because it's bigger. There's only if you want Rose, you gotta get it out. Let's see. So there is an opportunity in the future for fees, but that's all we get. You know, that's not a lot. Intergovernment revenue is kind of the things that as we work through, we get. A lot of those are from counties.
Actually got 37, but in 20 we got 1.7 million. Is that because of COVID or something?
This is COVID. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We have to look past the CARES Act funds because that was 1.2 million. 1.2 million was your CARES Act fund. There's just not a lot there.
Do you have any place on this president you laid out?
Electric, not cheap.
Federal payment and real tax. So we're still. So we've anticipated that in 240, 5,000 extra. Where's your SRS? I'll have to look if SRS goes into. So James, one of the things that Mr. Adams must know, Kelly used to also put out on part of his wage the transportation. I think it is. It's a transportation district, which is.
There's been times when there's been several $1 million.
Yeah, and that's what I just. So even in the health, as I was talking to her, because he's like, at some point in time, they had enough money in there that you were able to buy the house in Blanding, the domestic shelter.
No, they got that from CIB. That was a grant.
And then
Buy that house.
Didn't we have a loan as well on there, or was that 100%? Because we got a loan.
Well, the loan is probably for their share of the rebuilding.
Okay, maybe that's it.
I don't think
Okay.
The only landlord that have is San Juan Health District, them, and mental health,
Okay, on the building.
all three said in
For that municipal.
the loan for that. And they got a pretty good grant with that. They have to take
Yes.
the MRI machine. They should be making it, and especially Blue Mountain. They both be making it. We both got that, and certain hope would have the details. Government opinion. But I'm sure Clayton's doing.
And that's what if that house is alone, does that come into the public health? Let's see, any other questions with revenue in there? You're giving the presentation. There'll be the only ones there. So these are increased fire reimbursement. James, did you get the increase in that fire warden's pay? Okay. I think Dave will be able to make it up in his budget. They're given their was looking at the okay. There, and that's another question we had for this state is they're increasing their employee $10,000. Is that the state? Unless the state gives raises, typically it's up to 3%. 3% isn't $10,000. Why are we all of a sudden being charged a $10,000 increase for the state? This is one of those gifts that gives that we have to pay for. Let me see the fines and forfeitures. The customer, so we had fines and forfeitures at the beginning. We don't get any money, but there's still some customers. What that means. The question that we had yesterday is, well, what do they do if they impound a vehicle related seize that vehicle? What do they do with that? Fines and forfeitures would be that. There's a lot of these restaurants that aren't in with ours that we've got to get back in. Yeah, see, and that's what I really talking yesterday, even on this part, commissary is, parents of an inmate or inmate's wife or whatever can give money to commissary for the inmate to purchase stuff. Your air conditioner can have money. So like, I don't think we can do that with commissary. We've got a person who want it.
Question.
Yeah.
Let's say 2020 budget. budget savings. Is there a budget saving identified at
No,
this time?
not at this time. So in our revenue, our revenue is less than our expenses. And so right now we're just trying to get close to.
Yeah, I see. That's the reason why I'm saying, is there any budget saving that we can carry over to make a part of this proposed budget? I know it's going on projection.
Yeah.
Those have to be understood. Maybe sometime during the fiscal year run, we could review and adjust, maybe by quarter.
Yeah. So what we did this last year, if you remember, we did so you set your budget in the beginning of the year. So in December, we'll set our budget for next year. We came to you mid-year with budget adjustments. The unfortunate side is that was when COVID hit, and we went through and reduced our budget from what was originally approved. Because if you remember last year, we also approved the tax increase and we budgeted to that tax increase. And so we had to take that out. So mid-year, we did an adjustment, and then we'll do another end of the year adjustment here on the 17th of December in commission meeting to finalize the budget for this last year.
Yeah.
Store up any accounts that are in negatives. We're not reporting living outside of our means. And so this right here, I mean, right now last night we were at 200,000 in the hole. So we're just trying to make up for that. We started at 900,000 and we've just gone through each and every line item just to see if it makes sense or not to keep. We can explain some of those. But this is just going over our revenue. Not a pretty picture. Go over your revenue. Correct. No, you cannot budget in a negative. And so, if you remember right, when we shored up our mid-year budget, we had to take from our savings, our road department savings and the landfill savings. So we took from both of those accounts to make our budget whole. But yeah, at the end of the year, we cannot do that. It's actually for department heads. It's actually against the law to run their department in a deficit
Can't hear you.
Without having a budget change. How's that? Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay. So, John David, let's get down to the meat. We'll go quickly through. Expenditures. So on your guys's, we kind of just reduced your the travel expenses, went from 20 to 10. Gas, oil, and grease. Commissioner Maryboy is really the only one that does that. We put him down to 2,500. And it kind of goes to say as well as if we get to that mid-year point and we need to increase some of these budgets, we'll have a better understanding of where our taxes came in at, and we can make adjustments from there. But this is all in an attempt to go a little bit skinnier on our budget. Telephone, as we've gone through and added the VoIP, we should be able to drop Frontier. And so you'll see adjustments in telephone kind of throughout our budget as we take some of the Frontier costs out. Those will be reflected in there. Special department supplies took 500. Miscellaneous supplies took that down to 1,000. And so from where you were at last year, you were at 173. That was before their COVID changes. So 209, then we took you back down to 194. So planning department, you'll see this kind of across the board is we're just taking from everybody. Everybody's going to scream equally. That's more of the changes. Planning department. So this is the question: is that professional and technical? Is that's Jerry, right in there? And so if we want him, we can put him back if he's utilized like that. For me, I don't use him. But Bruce, if you do, we can put him back in. So right now our deficit's what, 82,000? Is that right? No, David? It was higher yesterday. It was 239. So did you guys make any adjustments between? Okay. I mean, you're talking 14,000, not a lot. But we split out marketing. Does it make sense to go more with at your leisure? Put the 30 back there whole, or split at your leisure with him and just use him for part of our marketing? Well, that's up to you.
Well, I'd like to leave Jerry in.
Okay. So John, can you make that on there? 14. Okay. Okay, keep on going down. Administration. We'll have to look to see if we can take any of that. So mine went from 106 on salary to 129 to incorporate her. Go up a little. Right, yeah. On the administration. Let's see. I dropped in travel for office expense. I went down to 500. Telephone is at 1,000. Employee education 800. Miscellaneous supplies I dropped to 500. So that went from 141 to 171.
Because you're putting in a whole year of salary for you instead of maybe, I don't know.
Okay. With Heather, is that right, James? Okay. But I wonder if we pull. Okay. And so that's, to me, do we keep her or do we not? We hired her on, she got COVID, it's been out ever since. To me, it's just, right now, I spend a lot of time paying bills, doing secretarial work that, yeah, 35,000 as well. Yeah.
No, if you do.
Oh, super. Logo, creating the agendas, all that side of it transfers to her. But if I can, the hopes are with the grants, we'll run the homeless pay for the 5,000 and get awarded for that. Then hopefully I can get it. So far, we paid her out of the CARES Act money. So, and we've included the grant revenue on the other side of it as well as the revenue. I'm hoping I can make her continuing down. Planning and zoning, paying travel expenses. So travel expenses for planning and zoning commission are actually planning commissioners that we reimburse for travel. Professional and technical, we kind of kept it the same. Employee education, we reduced a little. Miscellaneous services, we they still have to pay their so continuing down, Justice Court kind of left him whole. So on his own, he took himself from 154 down to 142. And he's a judge. Yeah, so we kind of we checked.
Fine. You get my text?
I don't think we did anything from him. We just already reduced himself.
My email?
So if I'm going down.
No, you kept sending text me or email, my email.
Public defender, we have no choice. We kept them where they're at. So, we couldn't have reduced the contract.
Oh, what?
Oh, okay, yeah. So before in the past, they used to have, so you had Walter and Alex on the outside, and they pushed more to the outside attorney. So we reduced that to keep more of the in-house defense. Is that right, Jim? Yeah. Personnel and risk management. Okay, we reduced his public before.
Yeah, it's going to be
so public notices.
Go face to face with
down to
some office people.
He's only spent this year 500. Previous year he was at 3,000. Previous year was 1,000. So kept him at 2,000. Travel expenses we reduced down to 500.
You want? Yeah.
Everything else, professional and technical, we kept 1,500 there and 500 there.
Yeah. Well, send me
they have
a copy of the
it's required by law when you have a new planning commissioner that they're trained on
emails. Dealing.
They vote on anything, and so
okay.
I haven't seen that.
All right. Bye.
USIP offers it, and I think the state offers some land use. Clerk auditor, we've seen his adjustments on David with his budget. Yeah. So we've gone through, reduced his travel, same. Professional and technical, we reduced. So he was at 184. He's at 157. Treasurer went up on her budget. Okay. So looks like in here was a miscellaneous service. What was that? Yeah, there was something. You have that? all the engineers. That was good. What is the equipment purchase on here? No, I don't have anything else on it. We take it out. Okay. Is that the one that she's used in the past for her office? Or is that just office expense? Okay, so it's not been furniture and redecorating. So do we take more of that? I've never been in her office, but I can take it in. Yeah. Okay, come on now, recorder. So we reduced the total down there to 2,000. Took off the plan. We're going to have a new person in there. Employee education we kept up high. Special department supplies we kept it up. He's only spending around 1,000. We reduce that down to 1,000 on special department supplies. Yeah. So last year we received 2,000. It's only 1.2. There's 1.8. Yeah, keep it down. County attorney. So this one, you guys had some heartburn over his increase on the request. So we reduced not a lot. So professional and technical, we got at 2,000. The law library supplies, which was I think this is a software, 2.2. So he's he was under where he was at last year. So he didn't have to make a lot of cuts on there. But as you go down further, and we'll talk about that defense. So the assessors with Greg, still thinking that bringing in Greg as a part-timer, pushing Scott more into the building inspection, try to pull more of the money out of them. So I'm hoping with that change that Greg still makes sense. Greg had mentioned he wanted 15,000. That was it for part-time. So the secretary, and she's 35,000 full-time for the year. So you kind of you're at that level. Good deal if we can make more revenue from stock. What's that in the budget? Down. Surveyor, for the drone, another employee taking part-time to full-time. So this is pretty steady. His argument on the full-time to part-time, I don't know why, but they do the signs on the roads. And he's like, well, we're the only ones can do it because we have the expertise. Well, tape measure, it's pretty expertise. What it says in the regulations is the line has to be, stop sign to the bottom of the ground has to be 8 feet. It's pretty easy. So I don't know if he's checking the curvature of the earth on the survey, getting the azimuth, or I don't know. Why it takes the expertise, but the road department pays for part of that. And he's like, well, it just eats more into that part-time than having us do signs. For me, I have no problem yanking signs out and giving it to the road department. They're out on the roads, they're maintaining the roads. If you see a sign broken, fix the sign. You know, that's what a normal road department would be looking at. So I don't know if we need to make that move or not, but it just makes it harder. I wonder too on the technical aspect. He can get out, he's elected, so he's really not required to carry a 40-hour work week. That was a tough one. I mean, it kind of always has been because the road department pays for part of that. Well, just stick it back in the roads and have your guys, they're out blading, you know, give them the specs on what they've got to do. They know how to run a tape measure. They can tell the distance from the, I don't know if he's going off of survey and looking at property, but off of the, well, so we took as much as we could from him. People with the education, personal deployment support. What was that? So we had 4,000. We took it down to 3,000. Survey supplies come from this line item. And so got the road supplies for the signage.
You do beat, yeah. Yo, then.
Proceeds from the sale, purchase the trailer. I don't know how much you can get on the surplus of the vehicle. Push that into the lease and then surplus the vehicle to get a probably cheaper to rent for a year. How much Randy's? Yeah. We didn't take travel from him where they actually go out in the county. That's what they use their travel for. It's not like a training to Salt Lake travel. affecting. His is mostly just in and around. But I wonder if he's accounting for a full-time in his travel expense. So if he had 2 full-time plus him traveling, his travel would need to increase instead of the part-time. So I wonder if we reduced part of that. So he spent 3,000 this last year, 3,100, 3,700 the previous year. So yeah, I guess we're about Frank. Okay, keep on going down and on. Departmental subscriptions and memberships, that's like we mentioned before, that's all your NACO UAC memberships there. Conflict expense. Man, we looked at it last night. I don't know what it is. Not critical to where we couldn't cut. All your computers, computers and the printer copy machine rental lease, that's what that comes out of. Let's see. On the next item. Okay, so the posted 6,000 is the Neo post and everything. That's legit. It's fine. Equipment operation, we're down to 4,000. Equipment operation. Okay. Equipment operation, $4,000 is your NS Montezuma. So that's your light. So we still got to click on that. Doesn't make sense, but we pay that utility bill for them. And your professional and technical, 27,000 was your audit. It's required by law to have an audit every year. You keep on going down. Information technology, we reduced his quite a bit, but it increased his, if you look at the telephone, we pushed all of the telephone into him. Took it out of everybody else's budget. So you'll see his budget increase, little professional and technical. What is it,
So this telephone now is 20 grand.
That's what we're hoping.
Okay.
So part of that is the VoIP, and then he still has, there's some phone lines that we can't convert over. LaSalle, the senior center, the library, we can't convert those. Frontier, there's no Emory there to port to, and they're just getting the broadband into the area. And so we think that once broadband is in, then we'll be able to jump to Emory. But until that's all connected up and running, we're stuck. I think he's still working on porting numbers over from so there's still some hiccups, but we pulled it out of everybody else's budget and put it in his.
It's considerably less, isn't it?
Yes, yeah. Professional, technical, health and mentioned. Yeah, special department supplies. I don't know what this one was. $4,000. I think it's wasn't that your software program cost? So just to keep in the back of your mind for the future, anything that we paid with CARES Act funds, we've been trying to get 1 year free. So next year, you're going to see a lot more. You're going to see Google costs. You're going to see the website's costs, things like that pop back in. So we get a year off on some of these, and hopefully next year we can clean up a lot more of the budgets as well, where you've had 4 different departments paying for website hosting. We'll be able to clean those up and have those take place. But just keep that in your back of your mind that next year you'll see some of those increases come back as the CARES Act fund runs out. Coronavirus protection, yeah. Well, as part of the CARES Act funds, it makes sense for virus to pay for virus. And so we took that 15,000 out. And then the miscellaneous services. So we'll keep on going down. Legal defense, this is the one that you'll see also the prints through. Typically, we'll talk about putting in 400,000. That's what we had originally. The thought behind this is so they spent considerably less this last year. So 1.3 was the settlement. So he's at 44,000. And so 200,000 is next year's settlement payment, which leaves us 100,000 there for defense. If he needs more, come back. But if not, if this year you only spent 44,000, the previous year before that you're at 127, and so I think 100,000 did get him there, unless you guys task him with more. There is, so you're working on the settlement agreement with the ACLU and that donation. But that comes from a different account, right? The one we talked about yesterday is there's the possibility. So the census data comes out in March. Once we have the census data, what does that do for it? If it calls for redistricting, is that back into court to redistrict? We don't know. That's a question and answer for Kendall, what that looks like. But if we have to redistrict off of, there's part of it. So we kept the money low on there, just why budget 400,000? If you need more, come back and ask for more. Make a budget adjustment later. But literally, it's just costs on there. Courthouse building. So if we take Monty out of the picture altogether, then you'll see an adjustment on salary and wages across the board. One of the things that I need to work on with James is the percentage splits. So right now with maintenance, kind of as I mentioned, I pulled all the accounts into one so I can get a better sense of what's going on with the maintenance operation wise. Because they had it all in all the different buildings. I'll pull it all into one, be able to manage it, keep the buildings and grounds with the buildings so we start tracking maintenance. But at some point in time, you got to start figuring out a capital plan. You look at the parking lot out here, it's all cracked and falling apart. You got to start getting a capital plan, capital budget going on there. And so we get a true sense of things. Like pull it into one so we can watch it. Take out money. Keep the 2 there. I don't know if there's a possibility of a 3rd maintenance staff. I just know there's not a lot that they do. Okay.
Then approve it at that moment. We didn't want anybody to the budget for anything we had a capital improvement budget. But we would put it in that.
And do we, I don't think we have that anymore, do we? Okay. So each, okay. So there's, you should, still a lot of programming to try to figure out. So if you've got,
Well, I don't disagree, but that's what I understand. That's what we
okay.
have.
Okay. I think you still, to me, I still want your approval on the plan, but we've got to get into where you've got parking lot.
You're still, you know.
For service treatment, like you do, you know, so you're in that type of a program.
We never had a program like that. It was always, it was a vehicle or it was.
It's so be nice, Khadija, that's what you're not.
To me, it's like if I know the life of an air conditioner is 25 years, and you're 30, like the boiler downstairs, you start budgeting for a boiler.
Yeah.
Either going to blow up or the state's going to not certify it. And so it's just getting that type of.
On salaries that I need to get you on that percentage split is,
So right now you have the library paying for maintenance, you have general fund paying for maintenance. No senior centers pay for it. Fire doesn't pay for it. And so it's road department doesn't pay for it. And so it's spreading them across the board. If you're in a building, housed in a building, you should pay rent on that building, and the rent is your maintenance guys. So don't avoid maintaining your buildings. You know, and one of the questions I have, well, why not just leave that to the department heads, you know, to make the call? It's like, well, right now I see all these ADA issues, and which department head's going to tell you? They be trained on, if you're aging in adult services, be trained on aging in adult services. You shouldn't have to know ADA law, you know, with that. And so let the maintenance be trained in the maintenance stuff and let them run with it, but even out that split. So library's not paying a big bulk and general fund's not playing a big bulk. If there's these federal grants that we can get matches on, push it back out through your grants so that they're covering a portion of the maintenance as well. Because they're senior centers, you can get federal funds for those, and maintaining them is part of that federal funding. And so to me, the thought was to get the square footage of these buildings and then just divide those salaries into the square footage of ownership. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. So I think it'd be easier to do. And if ever there's an increase or a cost, then it's divided out equally across the board. And then custodial, we can still keep custodial with the specific buildings, but maintenance are about 2 guys for the whole county, you know, and those guys divided up between all the buildings doesn't take you very far, but not a lot of maintenance. So, and it shows though, that's the hard part. So we'll work on this salary portion as well. So keep on going down. I think we're about there. Disability access, we took that. Landing. So these are what you'll see in these is primarily buildings and grounds budget. So keep on going down. Through our maintenance, sheriff annex, maintenance, public safety, elections, you'll see a decrease in those. So you went from 250,000 down to 49. Huge savings. Economic development, a lot of her biggest increase on there is grants. We also took travel expense from hers as well. Visitor service is the same. The grant's coming in at $674, but we still decreased our travel, postage, things like that, where we could. Especially the public place, you let half on that, 15. Marketing. This is your at your leisure. 33 down to 15. Still keeps them on there. Last year we did three videos. I think you did an extra one with him. And there's some 4 videos. We'll reduce that down to half, or we just don't pull on them as much. Politically, I think he's tied in politically, and he knows his way through things. And so, to me, it still makes sense to keep him there with that aspect. You know, because we can always use them if there's a political message that we want to send out. I know when we looked at this in Davis County, they were looking at it, chopping it as well. Same thing. It's like nobody watches it. Who watches it on Saturday and Sunday mornings? But I think the key for me is more about the tie and the services that he can reach up and pull down for us, especially in our county. You know, we did the OHB road mapping last year. Yeah. And it's all of those, even in its smallest form, still helps advertise the county. Down to public safety, this is a mess. Not like you recognize that there's, I think, a lot of money that we don't know about. If you're a good shot, 1 bullet, it's all it takes. They've got to have all the ammunition. You must be really bad shots or something. I don't know.
They have required
to certify. Yeah.
That's what I've been told anyway.
No, that's true. You have to recertify every year. So many shots. So it's just, how do you take? You don't know.
What's included in this one?
Yeah, it's we always go through and compare our notes just to see. So I had vests, body vests, armor, general. This vehicle. Paper. And the vehicle leases are in there. And that's the hard part, is you really need the sheriff to spread his budget. Without the deputy, you need the sheriff without the deputy. Sheriff, hey, bottom line, where's it at? Where are the savings? Because I think you talk to the deputy, it's like, hey, no, we need all this. Plus we need that. Yeah.
A lot more than you get.
Yeah. But when it comes to body armor, things like that, you don't want them to go with that. What are they using right now? And is it just an upgrade? Is it a betterage? Because I can't fathom in my head that they don't have body armor. Some body armor expires, the Kevlar and things like that break down over time. So what's the cycle that we're on with our body armor, or is it just man, that looks good on you and thinner and
I noticed the salaries and wages up, because that's when those deputies, the city.
Yeah.
That revenue.
And that's revenue. We captured that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, special department supplies, we got $15,000. That's the DARE program, the dog pound. They're just things like that. I think if we were sat down with the sheriff and was like, okay, really, where is it that we can decrease? That's $1.2 million of a budget, and he's got revenue that comes in. Overall on his revenue. And so, but this is just one segment of it. You've got task force and everything else, that's a part of it. So we tried to cut where we thought that it made sense. Travel expenses again, we took them from 6 down to 4. But at the end of the discussion, we all had questions that all kind of tied back to the sheriff. What really do you need in public safety? The jail operations is down in jail. It just seems 1.3 for just the sheriff department. That's a lot of money.
The jail is down.
No, sorry. The jail's in a different line item. It's not part of this sheriff department budget. Sometimes when I think everybody's got to have armor, well, is the sheriff department paying for correction officer armor and up in top the sheriff department, or are they keeping corrections down at the jail budget? And so, because I've split up my pie in this huge pie and now looking at it the whole, can I pull all these excess sources? It'd be interesting to look at the end of the year what their spend is. I mean, right now they're at they're just over $1 million, the 1.1 of the 1.3 budget. How much is that necessary? Keep on going down. There's just concerns with theirs. I think in the future we just got to audit. Task force, 70,000 they bring in revenue. This is the drug forfeiture purchases. Airplane, we have more control, we still have to do that. Search and rescue bumped up to 8,000. This is another one that I also had, is they receive a lot of donations in their budget and run it through a separate account. And this is Christmas party stuff. This is, so does it make sense for us to continue at a higher level when they also get donations that we're not aware of what those donations are? If we can get that, if we get their, what was it, that Rough Rider group coming in, I don't know, it's Rough Rider, we get that 4-wheeling crew to come in, and they mentioned that they would donate funds to search and rescue. Well, there's all that revenue that's not accounted.
Money out of
For the sheriffs, yeah, that's part of mitigation. And yeah, you're right. It's part of mitigation. But it's just, we can't see the other side of the coin. It's like if they get all the money when they're doing it, is their budget need truly $8,000, or is it just
Right tomorrow. But you're leaving.
Oh, yeah, right, so. I just wondering. Okay.
Yeah.
That's complicated.
That's really the reason why they. I don't think they would.
Then what do I do?
if you have trouble, you can watch the video or you can call somebody.
They will reimburse for the county.
We're talking about connect.
So that's kind of all that I have on. So do we keep them at 8 or do we move them back down? They were 6,000 the year before, 7,000. Now they're at 8,000. Push them back down to.
So, that's the actual this year.
So you think they're going to go over the 7,000 budgeted?
Right there, actually, right now is 5,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure.
We'll keep them at 8. Okay.
See, you did make enough.
I know, but it's just I forgot if it was just in. You know how to get in.
Wildland fire. Leaves.
Fine.
It's not a special defense. It's the paper. Navajo Nation, and it's on that. It's right there.
Some grounds in here.
Right there. To
It's not a lot. Special department supplies. Okay, keep on going down. Fire rescue. It's kind of the same. Jail. Reduced where we could. Went from travel expenses 6 to 4. Office expense 5 to 3. But it's still that question is. You need it all. Miscellaneous supplies we took from 10 to 5. So he's at 1.7. Last year he was 2. Keep on going down. Dispatch is the new line item. We pulled Tammy's money out, put it in here, so it's all in 911. So we can track that better with them. Hopefully eliminate some of their concern. Inmate commissary. Scroll down on there. So this is the one I was talking to you about. Is they buy stuff over there and they have an account, but we just don't see it. And we should. There's supposed to be a policy on commissary as well that it's explained to the inmates, like if you donate money to this is what you can use it for and this is how you get it back, or there's action that's discussed with the inmates. And when they use commissary to buy air conditioner, but yet you don't have a budget for reporting, just petty cash, slush fund, some account that we're not aware of in Wells Fargo. Scroll down, building inspection is Scott. I think the same. We kept his travel high, knowing if we pull him into Spanish Valley, he'll be traveling a lot more on there. And so we tried to be cognizant of that. Still going to school as well before he gets everything finalized. Keep on going down. E911, keep on going down. EMS, this is Tammy. Kind of did the same. Took where we could. There's just not a lot we can take. Keep going down. Weed and rodent control, we talked about moving that under the road department. So we'll see some potential there. Their biggest spend is special department supplies, and I think they were around an $80,000 grant revenue of their total budget. And so keeping them, we still have to get chemical. We're out of chemical this year, ran out of money. And so the salary's not in here, so know that that's missing. 75,000 operation for 80,000 grant. It's not too bad. So we're trying to get it to where it's 1 for 1. And Frankie's out looking for additional grants as well. They just cut us last year. Keep on going down. Let's see, weed. What was this? So total weed is fine. Emergency events. I don't think we really have any. Keep on. The what?
Jason Torgerson. Do you want to let him in?
Did you ask him about it?
I didn't. It just showed up.
I don't have him on mine. If you have him on yours, if he's there, say, hey, we were just talking about you. How did you know? Yeah. See if he's there. Hey, Sheriff. Jason. Hey, Sheriff, are you there? Can you hear me? You're on mute. We're going to turn the time of the Board of Commission meeting, the agenda item, to our Sheriff Torgerson. Hey, are you there? Sheriff. You're now on the agenda. Go ahead, present your item. He's like, hey, what? What did I stumble into? He's not answering. All right, go back. Yeah. Maybe Natalie said, hey, you better jump on.
You were emergency event or something.
Yeah, so past weed and rodent. Emergency events, nothing. Highway improvements, road operation. Snow removal. Snow removal we moved to road department. It doesn't make sense to pay general fund for road maintenance on this. Is the snow removal that we kept track of. I just put it back in the road. It's part of paying for maintenance. I checked with the state on it. They were okay. It's like when I spoke to the state, Mr. Porter, like, hey, we pave city roads, which is a Class C road using Class B funds. Are you okay with that? And he's like, the law allows for B and C to be used together. Doesn't really differentiate between B and C. It's like, so you can use it, just use your regular maintenance from your road funds. I was like, all right, that's what I needed to know. And so pulled it out of general fund, stuck it in the road department. And so, hey, Sheriff, can you hear me? You're on mute still.
I think I got connected now.
Okay, goodness, you were on the agenda.
Am I?
Yeah.
I didn't know I was on the agenda. Sorry. I've been out in the field and taking phone calls about the monolith all day.
Okay, how did you know to pop in here? We were just talking about you.
I don't know. I just felt that I should.
Yes, totally. We're going over your budget, trying to figure out what in the world.
Okay.
Where we can cut, if there's places to cut. The one of them that we just hit right off was kind of easy, is just travel. You know, for so can you see the budget, sir?
Yeah.
Okay. So as we look on here, you're 1.3 just in your sheriff department. We're just what can we do? to reduce the budget. Last year, you had mentioned that. I think we took miscellaneous services out, or miscellaneous supplies.
Yeah, we dropped one from 20,000 to 7.
Yeah. So we're wondering is there that available? We're still, last night we were 230,000 of a deficit trying to come up with. And so we're just trying to squeeze the turnip as much as we can.
I know right off the top, off the dispatch, we had the 10,000 in, is dispatch on here?
Go down to dispatch. JD. Let's see, back up. No, go back up. Well, yeah, you're going right way. You knew that.
So under dispatch, we have, there was a $10,000 one. Where's the numbers where we proposed?
These are the new numbers that you proposed for dispatch to come over.
There was one on equipment operation, 5,000. Then there was another one.
So we have you there.
Special.
Department.
There was another one I thought that was 10,000 that we could have cut since we had this 5,000 here, but I don't see it on there now.
Did we cut that? I think we might have cut that last night.
Okay.
It was like, well, if you've got a new 911 system, new computers, new handheld radios, it was like, well, what do they need this additional money for?
Yeah, that's the one I thought we could cut, the 10,000 one. That's just off the top of my head.
Okay.
When I thought they could go. I mean, the jail runs pretty tight as it is. It's so you can't cut anything out of the jail.
Oh yeah, so you mentioned on the equipment operation, it was $10,000.
That's what you guys cut last night?
391, yeah. You had mentioned that they were unexpected items that you just kept on there.
Yeah.
Kind of the premise behind the budget is if something happens mid-year or throughout the year and you need more money, then you just come back and open the budget. We can do a budget change.
Yeah.
But it still doesn't mean just spend, and whatever. But
and we haven't increased anything that I can think of from even when Sheriff Eldridge was the sheriff. We've kept everything, the same.
Okay.
In these 2 years. So the jail I know is pretty tight. We could go back. I can't think of anything. Can you go back up to the sheriff's?
I think we took travel expense from the jail.
Travel?
Yeah.
You can if COVID increases. The problem is we haven't traveled at all. We haven't sent anyone to training. We usually send someone. We try to send people from the jail in the field to support the sheriff's conference. But this year everything's been canceled, so we haven't spent any of that money. On a normal year, we usually send people to training.
Do you think with the advent of virtual meetings, do you think we just think overall you're still on COVID. Virtual meetings, I don't think will ever go away. And are these trainings something that they can attend virtually?
There's a lot of them now, so as long as they keep that way. They tried to open them up just recently, and then they just shut the training back down again. So it depends on how things keep going with the COVID. I'm having faith that it's going to get better.
No, that's true. But anything that we could tie to COVID, like travel, is like, we're still under COVID, and so.
Right now it looks like the travel's $4,000.
Yeah.
That's not very much if we send people to any kind of training at all. Looks like the previous years it's been 7,000 or 9,000.
Okay.
So we could go with 4 and see how it goes with virtual training.
Okay. Let's try it and just see if you need more.
Just won't send people to conferences and stuff.
Well, and the hard part too with correction office trainer, it's pretty hard to train takedowns on virtual. So
yeah,
how best to So yeah.
So that's the jail travel expense, sheriff travel expense.
Okay, scroll back up to the sheriff. So we were on the, so commissary was one of them that came up. Is you have commissary funds, but they're not reported on here as a revenue or an expense. So how are those tracked?
Are you on in the jail commissary?
Yeah, with your inmate, because your commissary line items were 0. They have always been. Like, what's your revenue tracking for commissary?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, John just changed a new system, so I don't know. On our income sheet, I know he has something under commissary and phones.
Yeah.
And so I understand your question. There's nothing on expenditures. It's only on income, right?
We don't have anything commissary. We have 0. But I know you guys have commissary, and so part of that is how do we get that to where we're tracking commissary?
Yeah, I wish John was in here. I think a lot of that we do on our in-house like computer thing.
Okay.
And that's what we tracked. Half of our uniform allowance was through the same system, but it was making the officers kind of be inmates to have to track. And so that's why we're just going to start putting it into the check.
Okay.
It's kind of messing up our tracking system.
So you've got state inmate reimbursement. So we're just looking at your revenue, commissary revenue.
That 1034.28.9. So that the 1034.29 is supposed to.
Hold on, James has got some. Can you hear James? Can you hear me?
So that 1034.29 should be that commissary revenue. And let's so last year we budgeted 15,000. This year we budgeted 20,000, but there's nothing actually coded to that code. Also on that 1034.28, just above that, on your revenue sheet, you have about 131,400 coded to that 1034.28, but historically it looks like it's been less than 40,000.
All right. Should I get John up in here? John Young, do you guys have time?
Yeah.
Answer these questions?
Yeah.
Hey, Lieutenant Young, do you have the radio on? Lieutenant John Young.
Booking 21.
Hey, is John Young in the building?
Sheriff, it still says he's 10-6.
Can you find him and see if he'll come to my office?
He was just barely down in his office. He has the IPS solution people down there for some tablet training. We were working on the tablet.
Okay, can we see if we can reach him? I need him for a budget hearing.
I will go find him.
Sorry, we're working on it.
And look at his so you put in a request on here for additional bullets. So you have the ammo, and then you had the body armor. So you went so this is the $130,000 request for miscellaneous supplies.
Uh-huh.
The body armor, is that, so I'm just trying to figure out program wise, so everybody has armor right now.
Yeah, a lot of it's probably getting old, and then the new guys that we've hired, we have a lot of guys, so they have to be fitted and get a body armor that fits them properly and safely, and then they have expiration dates on them. So just so that we're covered, you know, if something did happen, we don't want to be too far expired, which some of ours probably are.
Okay.
Quite a bit expired. I know mine's probably, I don't wear mine as much as the road guys, but those were all bought at the same time, and they're probably, that was when I was here before, so they're at least 6-7 years old, maybe older than that. I think they usually expire after 5.
Okay, that's what.
So most of the new guys coming in, we've had to buy and fit them and buy them, but we need to start replacing a few.
So that one made sense. You don't, those type of things. Then you had the vehicle lease in there, which makes sense. Special department supplies you had at 15,000. I always have, me just personally, I have a hard time with special department supplies, miscellaneous supplies, because you don't know what they are. Yeah. So as a taxpayer, you're like, well, what is that? You know, it's either equipment or what is the miscellaneous? So on this one, special department supplies at $15,000. You had DARE program.
Yeah, we've switched to Nova.
Okay.
That's kind of in limbo. And we switched to Nova because it's actually cheaper than DARE. DARE was actually pretty expensive to buy all the materials, books, and stuff for the kids.
Okay, and then I had the dog pound in there, the special department supplies.
Yeah, we have to pay blanding for dogs that we pick up in the county because we don't have a pound. So they charge us $100 for a dog, because then they feed them once we put them in there. And then I've recently just been meeting with, and we also use the Monticello pound. And I guess when we had a dog catcher quite a few years ago, there was an agreement made when Hogard was the dog catcher to do some work on the Monticello pound since we're using it. And so we went and met with Todd Adair and also Warren to see, I don't know where there's a written agreement, but apparently the verbal agreement was the county was supposed to get, the city got all the wire, which is down there. They got some wire and stuff for the inside, and then the county was supposed to get it hooked up when Monty Perkins was working for us. He was the electrician I was supposed to hire. Anyway, that never got done. So we just went and looked at it because it's, you know, it's cold for dogs, and the water freezes when you have to clean up after them, and it's just a hassle. But there is natural gas there, and we're Chief Deputy Friesland, I was thinking that could be cheaper than the electricity, is maybe just hook into the natural gas, because we're gonna have the county road trench, you know, for that wire that the city bought that we never got hooked up from years ago. Mm-hmm. So anyway, there's gonna be some expenses getting that dog pound set up better.
TJ's kind of our hidden electrician. So
yeah, I met him down there and looked at it, and then we found the natural gas thing, and we're like, that could be cheaper just to get a natural gas heater in there. Forget the wire, which the city already bought. But anyway, this is just word of mouth, is that we made this agreement with the city years ago to get this done. It hasn't been done, so. So,
oh, hey, there's John. John.
Yeah, he's been here for a few minutes. Do you want to ask those jail questions?
Commissary. So the question was, you're reporting a commissary revenue,
right?
But
you don't have a commissary expense.
No, the commissary is through contract with a company, a provider. We don't have any expense. They take all of the expense. We do generate some revenue off of inmate purchases.
Okay, that inmate purchase revenue, isn't that supposed to go back to inmate stuff, rewards, TVs?
Yes, and it should be used as inmate welfare, inmate improvements to programming or anything like that. That's what it should be used for.
So we don't see any of that operation budget. But in our budget, there's commissary. So you got revenue, but no expenditures. What it looks like, if I were an auditor going through here, is you're taking the revenue and you're pushing it everywhere else other than the inmates, because there's no expense line items showing inmate vending machines or inmate cable TV or
right.
things like that. Does that make sense?
It does. I mean, I don't know. That's generally the revenue from that is generally just kept in our inmate trust fund account here, and we'll approach the county at times to expend that money on new mattresses or things like that.
Okay, James had a question.
Well, so if you look at the 3429, that commissary revenue. So you got historically we don't have anything coded to that, but we're budgeting 20,000 of revenue. Last year we budgeted 15,000. Up here we've got 131,000 in that other inmate revenue, but it looks like historically we have less than 40,000 of actual.
So that's my question is, where's the expenditures with the revenue? Because you have the revenue.
This is the revenue, but
correct.
We're budgeting that much revenue, but if you look historically, we're not.
But then you go down to the commissary line item,
yeah,
and it's zero there. And so it's like you're taking this revenue in and you're not spending it on the inmates, because there's nothing showing that commissary is going out. We're going to have to work on that one.
Is that the separate account?
I mean, that's a separate account. It's tied just to the inmates, funds. And then any commission or any revenue that we make either off of their phones or their commissary purchases, it just stays in that inmate trust fund account. And then if we have a major expense, we approach the county and say, this is what we need to purchase. But generally, like with inmate mattresses and things like that, we've just always had the generated funds on that inmate purchases stuff.
So I'm also concerned that on that revenue sheet, if we're not putting expenses on there, we shouldn't be putting revenue that we're not going to be putting into the general fund on that.
On the revenue.
On the revenue.
You're kind of cutting out, but you're saying if it's not going into the general fund, then we shouldn't put it on a revenue sheet.
Or no, I would be opposite of that. You need to show it as revenue, but you also need to show the expenditures.
And we don't have a line item to show expenditures.
It should all be general fund.
There is a commissary line item in the expenses on there. John, do you have, if you can scroll, are you in host? Who's the host?
I am.
If you scroll down to commissary on there, there's a line item in the budget. It was for it. Yeah. It was like its own, and it was just zeros across the board.
I don't remember any line item like that.
Okay, right there. So 4236 is your salary and wages. And so commissary supplies, 4236, 484 is where you should be expensing the revenue. Right now, it looks like we're pushing commissary into revenue and you're just spending it everywhere other than.
Yeah, that's the first time I've ever seen that line item, Mac, that inmate commissary.
Okay.
There won't be any salaries or wages or.
No, you can't use it for salary and wages. State prisoner expense, you could use that. That would make sense. Commissary supplies makes sense. And so they had it in here. it's just been in here for a while. 2018 is kind of where we're to. If we've got an expense, we've got the revenue. If your auditors look at that, they're gonna okay, what's going on with commissary? Just like I did. I'm like, where's your expenditure for your inmates? Because legally it's got to be, if it's taken from the inmates, it's got to be given to the inmates.
Right.
It can't be used for a slush fund or anything. Got to be able to account.
Which is what it's been for, is just jail improvement type things like that. And so what you're saying is that commission that we generate from those things, we need to deposit that into the county funds.
Yeah.
Into that line item, and then when we make any of those expenses, we code it to that instead of cutting a check out of here.
Yes. Yeah. Because right now you're just feeding your budget. Inmates are paying for general funds, is what it looks like.
Okay.
I don't think it's tasked with any expenditures. Or is it just going into jail expenditures?
The revenue and their expenditures are all in a separate account.
Okay, yeah. So total separate account.
But we're adding this revenue here, and we're not going to ever see that revenue.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we'll work with you on it. Try to get that.
Yeah. Whatever we need to do to fix it.
Your audit trail. Okay.
Do you have anything you could cut in the jail?
Is there anything else that you guys can think of?
We can cut the airplane. I just rode around in that thing looking for an individual, and still I'm not feeling all that great. So
on the airplane, I don't need it.
Yeah, it wasn't too pleasant of a ride today. So, I mean, if we needed to cut.
So you rode in it today?
Yeah, we had to go look. We had to go look for somebody in the county, and it was windy, and
he strapped a for sale sign on it when they landed.
Yeah, it was. I'm still probably green. So if we needed to, I mean, we could get, that's a budget we could cut. And
totally. But that's a good question for the commissioners, is how long do you keep it, and how long is it good for? That's
it's been upkept pretty well. We just did all the stuff on it that we needed to by
the AP&P bill on there.
Yeah, we had to update the transponder, which was required by law. So now if it goes down, it sends out a signal or something.
Which is something we'll probably have to update every other year.
Yeah, it does have a lot of update to it. He actually told me he had to update some stuff today when we landed. So
yeah, that's a $20,000 budget. So we went from 10 to 21 to 19.
It's useful on a few things, but
yeah,
it's also expense. We use it for searches a lot for people, and
Commissioner Adams likes to go on flights. Yeah, I've never used it. So, okay.
You know what? When I looked at our income sheet, which I think our income showed 2.4 million or something.
Yeah.
And our expenses was about 3 million something. To run a department with just like $1 million coming out of the general fund. I mean, when I was the chief in Blanding, our budget was 600,000 or 700,000. We're running a jail, 30 employees with not a whole lot of expense. I mean, 40 employees.
We just determined the Blanding's pretty flush.
Yeah, they're just,
They won't pay for dispatch.
No, but they're giving their guys some raises this year, I just heard.
They are. Yeah.
Mac, with the adult education, there's some pretty good movement there. I think that position may just cost us a quarter instead of a half.
So you had 30,000 in there, right?
Yeah, roughly, yeah.
So you think?
I think the expense on that, instead of the full salary and then minus that income, I think that the expense there is only going to be about a quarter of a position.
So if we move that down to 20, you feel comfortable moving it down to 20 until you have everything solidified?
I think so, probably, yeah. And it may be even a little less than that.
Yeah, if it comes in less, that's fine.
There's some smaller ones in that same. But what we would end up losing there is that on the income sheet,
from them.
Where's that one? Oh.
Education, you had 36,400.
Yeah, we'll lose that income, but then we will lose that full-time salary position, and then our expenditure there will be about $15,000 to $20,000 probably. So we will save money overall with that change, but
we'll wash.
We'll lose that income as well.
Yeah. So, adult education on the revenue coming in, so that's got to be reduced. I don't know. Do you do that now, or?
Well, I
wait until you have the.
Probably not, because I just don't know when. Like the school district is advertising for that position and trying to hire it.
Okay. But
until something happens there, I think we probably just need to leave it as it is now.
You don't have a contract.
No, not yet. They're working on an MOU, and then they're trying to hire that position. They're trying to get somebody in there with Mark being done at the end of this month. They're trying to get somebody hired so that we don't have a large gap in time where there's no services being offered.
Okay. Yeah, that's hold on there, and if we can reduce it, then we can capture it in a mid-year budget. See where we're at mid-year. I think that was all the questions that I had. Do you guys have any questions for him? Any questions? So search and rescue went up by 1,000.
Yeah, and that's just an estimate of increase in tourism. Hopefully, have no more monoliths show up, but we didn't have to rescue anybody on that either. Yet. But
well, took it away, now everybody's mad. We're still coming.
The Diesel brother guy on TV, he was standing on top of it on his picture.
He was, exactly, but he was out the next day. I mean, what a smart, he just, I don't know how he did it, Google Earth or whatever. Found where it was, has his own helicopter, flew down and stood up.
Yeah.
That's awesome. And then flew back and was back in time for pizza. He didn't even spend $1 here. Filled up in Moab, and that only benefits Grand. So crazy. Cool. All right. Hey, thanks. Appreciate you popping in. I'm glad your ears were burning.
Yeah, they were.
Hey, catch you to the phone.
Thank you.
I say, hey, thanks. All right. I think that's about it.
There.
You said something about county attorney's office indigent fund or something.
No, that was so typically where we fund him at 400,000, we reduced that down to 300,000. 200 of it coming out for the settlement agreement, which leaves 100,000 instead of 200,000. And so
I didn't see on his place where we funded,
Happy,
yeah.
yeah, Happy, yeah. So
Was his that in his?
hers is in there, yeah. But hers,
Where's it at?
public defender. So if you go to public defender, hers is that, and hers is a contract.
Yeah.
The state's been picking up, so we've been getting a lot of appeals lately, and the state's been picking up a share of that already, and so we've been pretty fortunate. So if you're looking at your screen now, you've got public defender. Happy's contract's 126.
Professional technicals 126.
That's her. That's Happy.
That's all Happy. What's the 60?
That's when we have to go out and hire another one, right? Another attorney?
Yeah, it's when they contract with any other, like when they contract with Suter Axon or with any other additional.
But no other public defenders.
No, you only have a Happy. That's a contracted.
Let's see. There's the ones from Moab that they use.
It's kind of a,
I think so.
I don't know. Haven't seen it. Pull it up on your, pull it up on your history of your expenditures. So Happy's under a contract. We looked at that. She makes good money because I think she's public defender for.
Well, I think she makes about the same as Kendall, doesn't she?
Moab, more.
Huh?
A lot more. She's like, Kendall, you need to jump on this. So if you're.
She makes 10.5 a month.
Yeah.
If I remember right.
Just from us. Though.
Just from us, but she's getting paid by Monticello, Landing. She's got a racket. She's lucrative. She's
Suter Axon, Fitzgerald Law. So the Fitzgerald is in Moab.
Well, those are all public defenders in addition to Happy's.
Stephen Stocks is in Moab.
Yeah. And there's one out of Price, I think.
Yeah, I don't know. So we hit that for 10,000. Reduce that account, but
conflict of interest or what?
yeah.
Yeah. Anytime Happy doesn't want to take a case, she passes it off to the judge and he signs somebody else. And I think we're picking up the bill for all of them.
She says, yeah, so she's into that chasing ambulances games now, that if you come to her and it's $100,000 lawsuit, it's just kind of a write-off to the insurance company. It takes her a couple hours to write a letter. And so
well, all I'm saying is we contracted with Happy for 10.5. And I'll bet she's not taking half of the court-appointed attorney cases. I bet that out of the 60,000, I think is going to other public defenders because she claims she has a conflict of interest.
Huh, okay.
And I think she has a conflict of interest because she doesn't want the workload.
Or because she's representing everyone.
Every city.
Yeah, I mean, because everyone's contracting with her.
Yeah. Every city she's got on her books.
Dorcas is not still on, is he?
No, it's just us. Yeah,
there's nobody on but us here. Right?
Just us, yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to be discussing this if somebody's listening in.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying.
James brought it up. He's like, this Happy thing just doesn't make sense.
No,
it's like,
it doesn't.
What do we do? It's like, you're stuck. 126.
Well,
straight across the board.
Let's do an
whether she represents or not. There may be no cases going to her.
Well, is that a thing that Kendall's talked about in the past where like the state says you have to have a pay
equal amount?
Yeah.
Something like
your Kendall salary has to equal what you're paying for public defenders. I think you're gonna get sued.
Okay. And yeah.
So we're paying to prosecute the guy and then turn around and paying to defend him. So we're paying for both sides of the thing.
We are, and that's a true story. Absolutely. And it's required by law. That's, if you don't have an attorney, we'll appoint one.
But we're paying $200,000 to defend them and only $100,000 to prosecute them.
Yes.
That's where my beef is right now.
Yeah.
My question has been, you know, we have all these duplications. We have Walter with the city. We have Happy representing all of these.
Kendall and Blanding. Yeah.
Isn't there ways that we can consolidate it to where it's not causing a conflict of interest? And
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But I'm blaming that on Kendall. I think his office is out of control on the whole legal thing.
Yeah.
Number one, Craig Halls did everything alone. When Kendall gets elected, he's got to have another guy in his office to do the work so he can make the big decisions.
For Blanding?
No, for the county.
All right.
So when Craig was there, Walter was
his deputy
attorney plus the
did very little.
HR. Yeah.
Walter did Craig handled it. But now it takes two people to do the work that Craig used to do, is what I'm saying.
And was Craig the city attorney as well?
I think he was. Anyway, I don't know what we can do about it, but it bothers me. I think we're paying more than double
the golden goose
for our county attorney's office since Kendall got in than we were when Craig was there.
Oh, okay.
And that's why I made that statement the other day, Mac.
The Happy. I was wondering where it came from. I think we're paying more than 2 times what we used to pay for that office. Premium pay for everything. He made a comment though with the.
Oh yeah, he said the county made that decision.
Oh no, wasn't that for the lawsuits in general?
No.
It's like he doesn't enter into a lawsuit. It's the county that always does that. But remember up at UAC, that lady presenting, she was over all of, maybe it's just indigent defense.
I think indigent defense.
And so this is public defender. This is different. Okay.
No, it's the same thing.
Is it?
Yeah. So Happy Morgan is the indigent defense attorney.
And my understanding is they were picking up the tab, the state.
I don't know.
Isn't that what she said?
Well,
she's like, the state legislator funded us to pay for, and that in my head, I'm like, well, that must just be the appeals. Because Kendall's like, we're getting slammed with more appeals. It's like everybody's appealing everything nowadays. And so in my head, to offset that, it's like, well, the state must be.
Indigent defense people are appealing anything.
They don't even want to belong.
Huh?
They don't even want to belong to anything. And so.
No,
or they don't believe in the government and it's like they don't want to belong to the government. So there's a couple items I need to do a little bit more research on.
It just ballooned, and he says, well, the county decided to put Walter in another position, so that left me without a position, so I had to hire for it.
The deputy.
You never had a position. I mean, Walter was kind of on an on-call as needs thing, and Kendall has just insisted he's got to have somebody in his office. And I've watched what's happened is the guy in his office does all the work.
That's good.
And Kendall is the county attorney. He makes the big decisions.
Yeah.
And we're paying out the nose for it. And especially when I look at how many other indigent defense attorneys the judge appoints because Happy claims she's got a conflict of interest.
And that's that 60.
And that's
60,000.
60. So you look at it, we're paying $200,000 for indigent defense.
Just to defend.
And I think we used to pay Craig Halls less than $100,000 a year for everything in his office. And we're up to 300,000 with Kendall and Alex and
these other
Happy and all of
firms.
her friends.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think we're paying $300,000 when Craig operated the office for under 100,000.
Yeah. I wonder if there's a.
Huh?
I just wonder, in general, is there a way to. So the virtual thing, again, I keep on going back to that, it's just an opportunity for us, is your attorney that you hire doesn't have to be here locally.
No.
And so I wonder if I'll look at the contract and just see where we're at, because there's some contracts that I'm aware of that we really should go back out to RFP. The fair with Anna is one of them. Anna is the only one that would apply for the fair, I think, but it's to get her in the procurement process is these contracts like Happy and Anna go back out to RFP and see if there's anybody. Nobody's going to want a fair. It's pretty easy given to Anna, but the Happy Morgan, you put that throughout the state, and at that type of a budget, man,
not kidding.
So, and it doesn't. I mean, it could be a kid out of law school.
First job Kendall ever had was county attorney.
County attorney, yeah, yeah.
Walked into a $100,000 a year job.
Yep. But you give that to
That's kind of like James did. James,
somebody off the beat that
he
can,
got out of school.
yeah, they can video chat everything. Yeah, we'll look into that one. But we did take 10 from there. I mean, he's been 46 the year in 2018, 63 2019.
For what?
For the extra contracts.
Yeah.
And so,
You know, we hired, the first year we hired Happy, we were paying her $5,000.
whole year. That makes sense.
Making 60,000 a year.
Like the amount of the contract went up because there was something that the state.
The amount of contract went up because somebody came in and threatened us because we weren't paying equal for the poor people that we were paying Kendall to prosecute everything.
Okay.
And that was statewide.
Yeah.
But so that's a state thing, but still the question is, if it is, then
yeah,
you should be
taking 99% of it.
Taking all the cases.
And that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Is over time, it has developed to the point that half the time she says, got a conflict of interest. So the judge says, okay, we'll take this guy from Moab, or we'll take this guy from Price, and he's assigned to the case. But guess who picks up the bill?
Still, no matter what.
Yeah,
Well, you just sitting
doesn't
there.
come out of her side.
Yeah.
Doesn't come out of what she's supposed to be doing.
Interesting.
It comes to the county.
Okay.
And we're getting hosed on this office down here, in my opinion.
So the Kindle thing, or to
Both.
put out an RFP?
Both.
Yeah.
It's both.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, there's a sweetheart thing going on between his office and the public defender. Doesn't have to object to it.
Yeah. I'm just surprised how much. I mean, if she makes that here, what's she making at Monticello and Landing? You know, because she's right there in with him as well, and so it's pretty good cash cow for an attorney to come into these small little areas, and you know.
Do you have the ability to question Kendall about it?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Financial. Yeah. you're the commissioners, you set the budget. And so absolutely,
saw how
whether you're
defensive he got
elected.
with me the other day.
Yeah, I'll talk to him and just say, hey, here's some concerns that we have and explain the
ridiculous.
10,000. It's like, how do we get that?
If we're paying her.
If 10,000 is, if that's what it is, that's what it is. But then looking for someone who will take on the caseload so that this other 60,000
That's
goes
right.
away.
That's exactly my point.
Yeah.
If we're
And
going
if
to
there's a
pay her
conflict-
equal to Kendall, we're not hiring two well, yeah, we are. We got Kendall
60,000.
and Alex now.
Yeah. Plus you're happy and then your others.
Happy and whoever else has to take the case.
Yeah.
So I think the budget has ballooned on both sides of the coin.
Yeah.
Since Kendall's taken over.
But yeah, as commissioner, you do.
And I
oversee the
said
budget.
that to him, and it was the county decided to hire Kendall, wasn't him. Really? That's the game we're going to play, huh?
I know that there are some grant opportunities there on the indigent side. And so that's one of the things that we need to look into more as well, is just if there's opportunities, go out and get it like that. Because she was talking, that UAC lady was talking when, it wasn't a UAC lady, but she was the director of the indigent.
Midway, right?
Yeah, yeah. And she was the director of the Indigent Defense Council.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's getting back to her and talking to her and say, okay, what opportunities are there for us? You know, poor rural counties that, you know, we can't afford to 160,000 a year. That's
200,000.
Yeah. Yes.
We're paying.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. Absolutely. Yeah.
With the ones that she doesn't take.
Yeah. Yeah. And is there a better way? And what assistance is there at the state level? Because she had mentioned something, it stuck in my head that there's grants that are available that the legislator provided to help offset all of these appeals. And so, yeah, I'll talk to them and see if we can push out an RFP, get that thing lower, and then that's the state requirement that you're paying that. We'll look into it a little further.
Well, it's not a state requirement that we have 2 prosecutors.
We're 5.
Yeah.
On the books.
Or 3 public.
And they just pass it around. It's like, hey, I'm too busy. Can you take this one?
Yeah. Got conflict of interest.
Because I'm too
part
busy.
of the conflict of interest comes out of the
Chasing the insurance.
She's representing people at city level. She's representing them at county level. And
yeah.
So she's created all this conflicts of interest
just on her own.
On her own.
Yeah.
Is there something in the contract that says, that talks about not being?
I don't think so.
No, but I remember distinctly when Kendall got elected, the commission said, we hope you're not going to take on legal work for the cities because you're kind of double dipping. Oh, no, I'm not going to do that. In 2 weeks, we got a contract with one.
Yeah, that was just renewed here 2 months ago, a month ago. Let's see, I think we were past building inspection. I think we were about to the end.
Yeah, if we could get the money for the building inspections back to San Juan County instead of Grand. And
yeah, I think so.
Make a big difference, I think.
That one's critical. TV, he wanted that. What's the equipment purchases? I thought we took the equipment purchase out of there last night.
Well, it was 15. I mean, he put in 15, and then I think when he was in here,
He wanted the 40. So yeah, that's right. So we still have radios with the repeaters that we're trying to figure out what's going on. So I kept it at 15 on here, which it'll I think barely pay for a repeater or transistor. But he wanted, if you remember right in his discussion, he wanted the equipment. Doesn't pay for any of that. Historic Commission, I reduced their budget down just $1,000. I don't know how long. Is this something you want to continue? The Historic Commission? We pay,
Well,
it's pretty much the Blue Mountain Shadows.
Don't they do, what's that magazine?
Mountain Shadows.
Blue Mountain Shadows.
Mountain Shadows.
And that's, so we pay for that. We bought a computer this year.
Just did the invoice for it.
Yeah. Yeah. So Blue Mountain Shadows, computer. Oh, what else was in there that, or something else? So, that's interesting.
I think we've got a lot of historic stuff in the safe down here, don't we?
Yeah, they came and took it.
They took it?
Yeah, they took it and moved it to the edge of the cedars, what's controlled environment.
Oh.
So they moved it up there. We have the vault with historic pictures in that they locked, so we don't have access into those historic pictures. We got to get a locksmith
now, and we don't have a.
The company's out of business. Yeah, company's out of business, and we don't have the combination. They did an active shooter drill and hid in the vault, and when it came out, shut the door and it latched. So nobody has the combination. So there it sits, and behind it is some of our historic photo. I've asked them for photo updates of all of the commissioners. Like, you don't even have the commissioner pictures in here, you know. So I've asked them for that. It's like, man, we should at least have a wall of every commissioner that served.
Wow.
You know, and so we did, but we did take them from 8 through 6. They've been around 5,000, 2019. So just keep them at that 6. This last year, they're up higher. They're up at 13,000. Remember the old Jado Trading Post grant that they received? We ran that through. We were just the money side of it. And so that's why that budget's.
What do you need, Nat?
You want to call them?
You want?
Call with each other.
Huh?
You're going to call with each other?
Yeah.
I just need the signatures.
Oh, yeah.
Just give them to you.
Okay, scan them to you, send them.
Okay.
And so,
I just have to send them out so that I can.
okay, yeah, I'll bring them down to you. We're about done.
Yeah,
So,
thank you.
we'll get it. Ag, they're at 57, 61 to 57. I think we took something from them as well. The travel. County fair down. We pretty much kept them at the same. There was one item that they never came in and purchased this last year. So
we took out
so they were 50, took them about 48. They were 43 on their actual expenditure this last year. So that gives them some wiggle room. County Queen pageant. It was nothing. Nothing on the Southern Fair. Poor incident assistance. That's if somebody comes in and we give them a backpack to keep moving. These are just kind of the same. These are all Tammy's stuff. We didn't touch her much.
Question?
Yeah.
On the previous one, the agriculture.
The extension office?
Yeah. What's their records?
USU?
Is that USU? Why are we putting money into the state program?
So that's a good question. By federal law, each county is responsible for paying for a farm ag extension. And here in the state of Utah, they've adopted USU to be that for the state. And so every county throughout the state has this fund that they have to pay. And if you remember right, back to her conversation, her presentation, she's kind of the same as it may cost you this 57,000 or whatever the budget is, but I bring in double that amount of money in grants and just services from USU. But yeah, this is a federal mandate. It skips the state. It was literally created to help farmers. And so that's why you see them here. That's why you see them in our budget. There's just no getting around it.
So we don't receive any production report.
So
how many assistant has been made, success or failure?
Yeah, we can bring them back in. When I was a couple months into it here, they came in and gave you a report. And at the time they had hired that younger gentleman. And he had mentioned that he was down south doing a lot of stuff. We hear them a lot of in the committees. They're a part of our committees. I've had them present to the weed board. They present to the conservation group as well. They're part of that board. And so Reagan, if you remember Reagan, she's that.
Yeah.
Hippie, that Native American. She's out running food programs down in your area. She talked about the Navajo Mountain heat in there and how to get that productive. So they're out. We can have them come back in and do another report. I just remember them doing that one report when they hired that gentleman, and you had quizzed them on a couple of things if he was down south or not, and that was kind of the problem. Yeah, 4-H. Yeah, they oversee that.
The other thing is, we're putting in this 57,000. They don't show it on the budget how much they are to bring in through grants and stuff like that. So
yeah,
when they say, yeah, we do grants, but grant writing proposal, they don't show the success or somewhat failure to receive award. So
I'll talk to her and see what we can do. Where they're a part of the state budget, the state budget is where they would show their grant revenue. But let me talk to them about a report. We received the hardbound extension report that I think they send out quarterly. I don't know if you've seen those. They may still be in your inbox here. But they send out the USU Ag Extension report. It's a binder that they typically send out. But we can get one. This report on their success. A lot of people use them. They'll bring in leaves of their trees or a branch and say, hey, what's going on with my tree?
Yeah.
Yeah, good question. On the Cal Black Airport, we kept Cal Black Airport the same.
That's it?
On the Cal Black Airport. And this one here, do you see that? So, John David, if you scroll down just a little, so kept that 180. I'm really hoping that through kind of all of the the financial relief that the FAA will come back and fund 100% of that, and we won't have to pay that money, but the state's matching us with $180,000, and then the feds are picking up the rest for that project. Keep on scrolling down, so maybe I think we're about there. After special projects, we just have the Navajo Mountain Spring that keeps on, or we keep on working on that one. And then the rest is all committed. 6,000 going out to chapters. Go down. You've got your health insurance. And that's one day we're going to have to sit down once we can have a work session meeting, and we've yo-yoed employees back and forth on the insurance, but does it continue to make sense to be a payer of 100% of the premiums? You don't see that hardly anymore. A lot of counties are going to the HSA, where you give them kind of the $1,500 a year, and then the employees pick up the rest. But we're very generous on that benefit here. And so we kept everything kind of the same this year, but at some point in time, I've asked our consulting company, GSB, to take a look at what would it save the county if we were to take and migrate everybody over to an HSA system to where the county isn't paying 100%. And so one day we're going to have to look at that. We're just not yet. Other than that, that's kind of it for this budget. Everybody else, public health, we kind of untouchable. We didn't do anything with them. Ambulance, we didn't do anything with that fund. Kind of stuck. Library, you've seen the library's budget. She was pretty frugal with her budget. They're all kind of within their own tax. So tomorrow night, if John David gives the discussion, landing's going to come out in force. Just as a reminder that on their requests, they had requested airport capital of $25,000. They want to purchase a new fuel truck. They wanted us to do a 50-50 match where the FAA and the state are participating in the airport layout plan at the Blanding Airport. And then our money help, according to them, help shape the future of the airport that serves San Juan County residents, provides a significant amount of economic benefit. The request is for a 50% match for facility improvement items, including a new fuel truck. So they want $25,000. I think what needs to happen is we all need to sit down, everybody that owns an airport, city, town, whatever the case is, and work together on their plans. I mean, if we've got 180,000 that's going out for Cal Black Airport, they're wanting 25,000. Like if we can get everybody's capital plans steered right, where if it's an off year in the county, then maybe we can look at free up money to help Blanding in their airport, or Monticello. Monticello's going to be coming as well. They're currently going through their capital plan, their master plan, which will give them a 10-year plan. And so if we can sit down with one another and synchronize these things, the difficulty that I have on a request for a fuel truck is it's really nothing airport related. I mean, at our airport, our operator is responsible for the fuel. We have a tank there that he fills up. Why can't they just purchase a tank? But there's just no money this year to do that. Recreational funds, they requested 38,000. We only give out the recreation funds based off of per capita, so on their population, and we'll fund that again this year. But they're saying that kids from Blanding, Monticello, Bluff, White Mesa all participate in their rec, so they need more money. Which they do. I mean, everybody goes to their swimming pool, and I get that. But if you remember, the state built, that's kind of a pass through. Had we not had that contract and everything in agreement this year with the school district to handle that, we would not have seen that increase of remaining funds that we missed out on. Because we have the contract and we're doing things that we're doing, or the way we're doing it now, that saved us to where we were able to get that revenue back out of the state and the Department of Interior. And so keep on doing what we're doing and what are there. If the census data changes their per capita rate, then we'll adjust it accordingly. But the amount is still the same amount. It just changes who gets more, who gets less. They requested an additional 25,000 for shade structures at the park, baseball fields. Total cost of the project is 75,000. They're requesting us to match $25,000 to help them. The transient room TRT tax, that 40,000. They want last year's and they want this next year's as well. Estimated off of what their amount is. The dumping fee demolition, that I have no problem with that one. Yeah, we can. They can work with us to help spend those funds. But the way that we're set up right now, so, and they say that they can account for it, and they probably can, is we're spending, say, $20,000 on their fireworks show. Where's that 20,000 going, and how is it related to marketing? We've got to be able to demonstrate that. But they just submitted a marketing plan. The way that interlocal agreement was approved, it was approved through a resolution, not an ordinance. To transfer the tax, it has to be an ordinance. So there's a plus you're at a deficit. I don't know if they want us to continue to take savings to pay them. It just doesn't make sense. You're eating your rainy day fund. Meanwhile, they're giving you the dumping fee demolition request. That makes fine. That's a partnership. I have no problem with that. Allowing them to demo their buildings, not have to pay the landfill costs for that. It's a one-time request to help remove some of the blighted structures there. So that was approved by the Blanding City Council, those requests back on October. So I don't know if you want me to make any adjustments in our budget with that. If not, just be prepared for those. Anyway. Still trying to make up, we're cutting staff. We're not hiring them. Municipal cutting, but not hiring staff. Doing shifting around of departments. Tried to skinny up the ship and getting into our rainy day funds. It's not sustainable. And then to try to get extra money out of the bill. Now it's starting to cut staff more. There's Other than that, that's all I got. James, I don't know if you guys have anything else or. Okay.
Nope.
Okay, I'll send you the information and everything for tomorrow night. I'll make sure that's posted on.
Is it possible to receive this? I'd like to review.
So yeah, the final budget that we're preparing for.
Right now, the proposed one.
Yeah, we'll send it.
Okay.
We will send it. We've got to post it online. Yeah, okay, we'll get it. Thanks, commissioners. Appreciate your help.
Okay.
Yeah, have a good day. Appreciate it.
That was a long one.
Yeah, I know. Sorry. Money's always hard.